అక్కడి నుంచి నన్ను అలౌ చేయకండి అంటాను. అరే ఓసీ షుడ్ స్టార్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ దేర్ కదా.
Spread అంతే.
Spread and bang on the ఓసీ ఒక్క నిమిషం ఇంకా తెల్లండి మొత్తం అక్కడ నుండి అరే ఆ డోర్ దగ్గర నుంచి ఇవంతా స్ప్రెడ్ అవ్వండి చాలా.
ఇద్దరం ఏనే ఉన్నాము తర్వాత స్ప్రెడ్.
అరే డోర్ అక్కడ ఒకటి సిరీ డోర్ ఎందుకు
ఐడికి
ఓకే ఎవ్రీబడీ request the presidents of various cities to kindly take up their allocated seats. I request you all to find your placards and kindly occupy your respective seats allocated to you. And please do not change or swap your placards. In case you're not finding your placards, the organizing committee members will be guiding you. Now, I request you all to stand up for the national anthem. Jai Hind. Thank you. I request everyone to please be seated. Good morning, everyone. Our esteemed alumni, CXO's office, Chief Executive Board members of Vizag, Chennai, and Hyderabad, chair people, organizing committee, and our dear members. We welcome you to the Hyderabad Youth Assembly Season 12. HYA has been the most important unit of street cause which embarks leadership into the organization since its inception in 2011. Over the last 11 years, we have done various permanent projects to help and impact the underprivileged. As part of the assembly, we discussed the UN SDGs, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and how these goals can be achieved. As a part of phase 1, the 4 goals to be discussed today are no poverty, quality education, climate change, and gender equality. The fervent minds of the selected youth get a chance to voice out their opinions and thoughts on the 4 goals that will be discussed and shall execute them with high integrity for the next 3 months. The rules to be followed are: I request all of you to please put your mobile phones on silent mode throughout the assembly. The usage of mobile phones throughout the assembly is banned. The languages that will be permitted during the assembly are English, Hindi, and Telugu. I request all the delegates to find their table materials, including their file, pen, and task reports. And if you fail to find so, please escalate the same to the organizing committee members beside you. Kindly raise your placard properly to be recognized. If you want to raise any motion or speak, kindly address the chair table with respected chair. Crosstalks are strictly not encouraged. If there's anything that you want to communicate among the other members, organizing committee members, chair people, or the alumni, please use the message chits that will be carried forward by the organizing committee members. Unless you're recognized, you're not permitted to talk. We request everyone to actively participate in the assembly. Failing to follow any of the above rules, you will be suspended from the assembly for a period of 15 minutes. For any help or queries in between the 10 assembly, please reach out to the organizing committee members beside you. I request the delegates to first find the mic and then raise the motion and address the chair people. Thank you. Now, I take the privilege to invite D.S. Ritesh Reddy, Chairperson of Hyderabad Youth Assembly, Season 12, onto the chair table. I would take the honor to invite Harshit P., Chairperson Execution, Hyderabad Youth Assembly, Season 12, onto the chair table. Invite Sania Mohammed, Chairperson Culture of Hyderabad Youth Assembly. It is my honor and privilege to recognize the presence of CEO and CFO G. Ramya and Pravalika Kotra in the assembly. Thank you. Now, I take the opportunity to invite Shruti Chandra, the President of Street Cause Hyderabad, to give her speech and declare the House open.
A very pleasant morning to all the delegates, CEO's office, chair people, alumni, organizing committee, and my dear co-chief EB members from Hyderabad, Chennai, and Vizag. 9 weeks of robust recruitment process and the long-awaited day has finally arrived. My heartfelt congratulations to all the delegates who have made to the assembly. Congratulations, folks. Since its inception in 2019, Street Cause has been established in 6 cities with 4 crore plus project spent and 5 crore plus fundraising. 3,000 plus projects, 4 lakh plus impact from 13 years of its inception. Last year was the toughest year of streetcars, to begin with the expansion and establishment of CXO's office. The CEO's office has started working towards the stability of the organization by standing by the non-negotiables of the organization. Moving on to the city updates, Streetcars Hyderabad is working on division stability, replacing non-performance, and creating a highly competent organization with about 31 lakh plus fundraising and 24 lakh plus spent on projects. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mahesh Puri, the current president of Streetcars Chennai. I am extremely proud and delighted to share this with you all that Chennai is having its own assembly in the month of January. I would further like to acknowledge the presence of Vanilla, the current president of Streetcars Vizag. Vizag has rigorously working towards the division expansion. Bangalore, Pune, Kochi are working towards forming their new chief executive boards and towards project implementation. Implementing new ways of working with quality mindset is our major focus. You can today observe the significant focus on quality mindset through HYA Season 12. HYA is our dearest unit that has given Streetcars its best leaders, and I'm sure the same legacy will continue. With the same spirit and enthusiasm, I wish all the delegates all the very best for the assembly, and hence call the assembly open.
Thank you, Shruti, for enlightening us. I wish all the members the very best and have an enthusiastic learning day ahead.
Good morning, folks. Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you had your breakfast, so I think you might be pretty active, right? And you have to be active throughout the session. So yeah, I could see a lot of faces, excited, nervous, and all, right? I'm pushing forward for a great assembly today. First of all, a very good morning to all the delegates here, right? Let me introduce the chair table first. Myself, Ritesh Shetty, the current chairperson of Season 12 HY. Towards my right, we have Harshit, chairperson execution, and towards my left, we have Sania Muhammad, chairperson culture. So yeah, before we begin to the first session, let's go with the basic instructions. I think Afra has been given already the instructions clearly, but we want to clearly ensure that not any delegate violating the rules and regulations. So, firstly, this is something called placard, which has your name, right? So please ensure when we acknowledge you back regarding when we ask for it, please put your placard high so that we can see your placard clearly, and your name should be visible to us clearly, right? If we couldn't see your name, we'll call through the reference to OC, or maybe we can call it through the reference of the roll number. Clear? Very important. And as Afra already mentioned regarding the acknowledgement, it is very much mandatory that every delegate have to acknowledge the chair. Without acknowledging, they can't go with the further discussion, right? And no cross-talking. You'll be having your OCs assisting with you. So if there is anything, you can just communicate with your OCs. There's something called message chats here, so which you can pass on and clearly communicate. No cross-talking and no phones, please. Yeah, and if your co-delegate is really supportive or you really like the point about it, please tap your table like this in support of it. If you deny with it, bang. Is that clear? Tap in support, bang in support, deny. Right? Clear. Let's go with the goals one by one. So let me go with the sequence. The first goal will be no poverty. Second goal will be quality education. Third goal will be climate action. Fourth goal will be gender equality. So every goal will be having a specific time zone where you will be coming with your projects. End of the session, we'll go with the voting for every code, right? You have your file with you, and where you can go with the previous work, task reports, notes, and all. So if there's any kind of assistance required, please call the OC so they'll help you out. Yeah, before we go further, yeah, I heard request the house order. First goal is no poverty. End poverty in all its forms everywhere. Any speeches on the floor? Please raise your placards if you have any speeches on the floor. Member to the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'm Siri, and I want to speak about no poverty. The UN Sustainable Development Goal #1, which is one of the UN goals, which is it calls for the end of poverty in all the sections of the society, and it took the place of goal #1, no poverty in HY. So 9% of the living population in the whole world is living for 150 rupees per day, under 150 rupees. And coming to this data of the India's poverty, it has gone down from 36.5% to 21%, which is really a great change. But when we see the numbers, there are still 21% who are still living in poverty. Coming to our state Telangana, 13.4% are living in extreme poverty. And coming to our city Hyderabad, there are still 23% of population in Hyderabad who are living in poverty. So this means that we have a lot of work to do in this phase for us on the goal no poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any new speakers on the floor? Please raise your placard if you have any new speakers on the floor. Cool. Let's move to the motion. Member to the last.
Pleasant morning to everyone. So, actually, I want to say.
Sorry, Delegate, you didn't answer. Please have a seat. Any new speakers on the floor?
Pleasant morning to everyone. So, I want to say.
Delegate is very with your proposal. Please sit down. Any new speakers on the floor? Member like Julie.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Poverty is about not having enough money to meet basic needs, including food, clothing, or shelter. However, poverty is much more than just not having enough money. It can lead to other problems like poor literacy, unemployment, malnutrition. But to reduce that, our Indian government had assigned some different type of projects like MGNREG, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which was started in 2005, launched by Sir Manmohan Singh. And another one, SGRY, Sampurna Gramin Rojar. It was started in 21/5/2005 by Sir Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Between 2000, UNO stats about poverty. Between 2015 and 18, global poverty continued its historical decline, with the rate of falling from 10.1% in 2015 and 8.6% in 2018. Owing to the COVID-19 pandemic, the global poverty rate sharply increased from 8.3% in 2019 to 9.2% in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any new motions? Member to my right.
Thanks for acknowledging the chair. So, we all know that poverty is something where a person doesn't get proper food, proper shelter, and any basic needs basically. So, in Hyderabad, there is a scheme where for 5 rupees, people can get a midday meal. So, instead of that, we can create a scheme where, if just like we donate food to people and instead of they paying us 5 rupees, we can tell them to do something
point, please.
So there are, okay, government has many projects going on, like some construction of a building and all. So we can just help, instead of they paying us by the each, we can give them food so that they do the work for us.
Okay. Any points, any support? Please raise your placard if there is any support. We'll give you a chance to speak. Member towards my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chief. I support him because while they are paying ₹5, they will only get the meal, midday meal. Now, I will support because they will know the work. They also know how to do their work. If they don't know, now they can do their work and also they can gain their money for their purposes. Then the poverty will be less, I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Contradiction, please. No contradictions? Member towards my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I will contradict this point because India is facing unemployment. Even though educated or uneducated, everybody is facing unemployment. And that's why they are poor because they can't find any work. And with that ₹5 about the work, I don't think so they'll get enough work to do.
Any motions on the floor? Afifa?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my idea is that we can have storage facilities such as fridges or any regular storage outside restaurants, five-star hotels or function halls. Because in such places, especially where there is buffet system, what they do is they throw away a lot of leftover food. So instead of throwing it away, we can ask the manager and the waiters to have like a strict policy so that there is no food wastage and that can be properly packaged and stored in those storage facility. And the people in that area, like the people as in the beggars or the poor people, unemployed people, would know where to get the food from. It will be free of cost. So in such a way, they won't need to spend money on buying food, and they can spend the money on other necessities.
Thank you. Points of contradiction? Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegate, Afifa has raised a point saying that we could set up a storage refrigerator sort of thing. I think it has been implemented already in a few places and has not been really that effective because the part of HY we do permanent projects and I don't see this something as a permanent project. So, thank you.
Would you like to answer that?
Thank you for acknowledging me. I think that even though it has been implemented, everything needs to come up to a point where it becomes a habit. If there are strict rules and policies, people would eventually start following it. Human is a slave of rules. If the manager of the restaurant or the organization has strict policy that no food should be wasted, somehow sooner or later they'll soon start following that rules. If it's like very strict, it can become a habit.
Thank you. Any motion on the floor? Please ensure your placard has to be like this, not like this, or like this, please. We need to see your names clearly. Tulasi?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The motion I want to present for the goal no poverty would be a startup idea for the youth of the underprivileged class, where they will be taking tuitions for their the students who have passed out from government schools. They will be taking tuitions for the juniors and they will be collecting a charge of 50 or the price decided by them from the students, and they will get a proper income, stable income for them, and that's it.
Any points of support? Any points of contradictions? Akshay.
I thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. So basically, co-delegate was speaking about tuitions, kind of thing. But if a person is from underprivileged, a poverty family, expecting him to be educated and having access to quality education is something impractical. When it is not practically possible to get quality education, how can he become a tutor? So basically, we should think of training them and showing a permanent solution for an income source. So what co-delegate has proposed might not be possible, impractical. Few things are to be added to the same proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any motion on the floor? Member towards my back right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, no poverty can also be eradicated by themselves. So, first of all, the income of the parents is very, very low for the children to have a proper education. And I think we can create a platform where we can give the resources, online resources for each and every child, because each and everyone have a mobile these days. So they can use it. We can create a platform where we can all give free resources to them for education.
Could you summarize in one line, please?
So for children who don't have enough money for paying for good education, we can provide them with online resources which are free or less in cost, and we can make themselves better. We can make their lives better through good education.
Okay. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Member towards my left.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. My co-delegate said, but we already have abundant resources on the internet for free which are available on YouTube and Google. So why does it need to be?
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Member towards my last.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chairperson. So I want to say one thing. So people will think that if you pay more money to the college, then the quality education will get. That is absolutely wrong. As I said, the internet resource is there. Recently, I read a newspaper article. One girl got seated into the aims by watching YouTube.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Member towards my left, right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I have the idea that we can give free driving classes of both 2 and 4-wheelers to the people above 18 years old, at least to one person in each household, through which they can get into these mobility platforms like Ola, Uber, Rapido, and things, through which this will help them in somewhat eradicating their poverty to some extent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of support? Points of support? Contradiction? Your name is not Mohammed.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my delegate said that we have to go and the people who are in poverty, we have to give them training about 2-wheeler and 4-wheeler. So my question to her is that if someone is in poverty, how will he afford a two-wheeler or four-wheeler? So we can see in the companies that they require a license and they require the proper documentations for your bike and your vehicle in order to drive. So how will they afford a bike and a car?
Thank you. Any points of contradiction?
As my co-delegate said, that
You did take note, Chair. Please take your seat. Any new motions on the floor? Member towards Ms. Strike last.
Thank you, Shay, for acknowledging me. My new mission is that making connections with bank services, people who are having low income, people will not get loans and all. If we use the idea of giving loans to poor people even, then they can afford the education and all. Bank people think that we cannot give loans because they can't pay in time. But if we make sure that they are using these banking services, like they are lending some money in not from the bank but between the people. If they pay money correctly by using these bank services, bank people also will get to know that they will pay money in a monthly way or a regular way. By that, by using bank services, they can get loans, and due to those loans, they can that loan will be useful for their education and all. Yeah, thank you.
Devi, I would like to ask a question now. How do you approach the bank officials regarding the loan proposal?
Yeah, actually, people are lending money between themselves. But if they pay those money between themselves only, using banking services, I am saying that if they want to pay that that money, people paying their money between themselves, right? But if the bank recognize that how they are spending their money, then bank can provide services.
Thank you. Any points of support? Contradiction? I couldn't really see your name. Please hold it like this. Thank you. Last year.
Thank you for acknowledging me, the chair. First of all, reaching out for the banks to give the loans to the poor is very tough job. And even though if they get the loans, the recovery is very tough for the poor. And again, the banks will go to them and ask for the recovery. That would be very hectic for the poor to give the money back to the bank. They create a lot of issues over there. That's the reason I don't support this idea.
Yeah. Sure.
We are sorry to interrupt you folks, but we have very esteemed chief guest with us. We welcome Dr. Sri Bhattacharya, former ex-IAS of Hyderabad and has served the nation for more than 20 years. He has done various publications and published 2 books. He has varied knowledge on science and non-science topics. He is also including academic knowledge and inspiration. He was chairman and managing director for AB Sugar Federation Department of Sugar, Hyderabad, India. He was secretary to Government Finance and Department, Hyderabad, India. He is one trustee Development Corporation Department of Industries, Hyderabad, India. Additional secretary to Government 1992 Department of Education, Hyderabad, India. He was district collector, district magistrate, Mahabubnagar and Visakhapatnam Department of Revenue, Hyderabad, India. It is my honor to invite you on the chair table to join our chair people. Thank you, sir, and we would like to invite you to have a few words with our delegates.
thank you so much, Mr. Bhattacharya sir, for joining us. We're very glad to have you with us. motions on the floor? The first member on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my idea is that if we provide a tea stall or a small cart to the unemployed or to the wanderers, and with our inspection, if we check the quality, if they are making good tea, so we can appoint and install the tea stall near the bus stand, because as we know it's winter season and people are attracted to the hot beverages, so like it can go well. And about the budgeting, it can be done within 40,000, because the tea stall is itself is for 16,000, and the remaining cylinder and everything will go for 20 or 25,000.
Thank you, Delegate. Any points of contradiction?
Second point, Hyderabad Youth Assembly always looks at permanent solutions and permanent projects which can be executed in a span of 4 months only, and it should be executed with students like us. So I think there is something which can't be executed on a large scale, and the budget proposed by co-delegate was too high. 1,500 would be possible. It is sufficient to distribute flasks, and that will support them to sell hot beverages. But it's not a permanent project to be accepted by this assembly. Thank you.
Would you like to answer your co-delegate?
So even if we give them 1,500, that also won't be a permanent solution. And the second thing is that, like as I mentioned, that installing the tea stall will be a good idea. So it will generate employment. Of course, they will be earning through it. So it can be a large scale. And tea is something that we can drink every season, especially just it is being sold on high scale during the winter season.
Thank you, Delegate. Any new motions on the floor? Member on my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is we can give the sewing machines to the people who knows like how to sew it. Like they can earn money by sewing it.
Thank you. Any points of support? Yes, the member on the end.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I have an idea regarding the same issue.
You will ask for points of support, not a new motion.
Because women is also getting self-employed and can earn some money by them.
Alright, thank you. Any points of contradiction? Yes, the member on my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegate says, teaching or any other art like that will let them employ themselves. But I think there are so many people who are very, very good at art and they still are unemployed. And this will make more unemployment. Yeah, I don't support employment in this.
Would you like to answer your co-delegate?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, actually, like the people who knows how to swim, if like they are not having the sewing machine at their place, if we like provide them the sewing machine, they can work it and they can earn in a good scale manner.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Yeah, the first member on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I have a new motion. We can reduce the poverty by supporting the traditional works, by giving them the raw material to use it for supporting them. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to propose a plan of action?
describe how you want to take that project ahead? How do you want to execute that project?
By supplying the raw material, for suppose if in case like the one who make clay arts, we can supply the clay to them so that they can sell it for a good price and they can earn money. They will be not worried about the loss because we are supporting them.
Thank you, Delegate. Any points of contradiction? Sure, the member on my left, sure.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my co-delegate has mentioned that they would make clay pots and sell them. So, I would like.
Very, very young friends. Let me introduce the topic, very, very young friends. I teach a lot of MBA schools after withdrawing from the IAS. I have taught in Chicago, I have taught in Boston, I have taught here. Whenever I started the class, MBA class, I always said that none of you are young. Being a professor, he doesn't acknowledge we are all looking so young, beautiful, smart, but he says we are not young. I said, I am young. You are very, very, very young. So give the statement, a big hand saying that you are very, 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 very and say that I support the contention. Together, say I support the contention.
I support the contention.
You are with me. This is what I want. In certain sectors, especially the information technology, I am very impressed. I am extremely impressed by the conduct of this particular session, and I especially compliment Sania Mohammed for having, exhibited that confidence, sliding over, first to the right, second to the right, third to the right. Oh, she was talking almost like the Speaker of the Parliament, They're all very educated, they were guiding me, they were advising me, sir, don't go beyond 1 minute, otherwise it is anti our rules. So I'm trying to be as brief as possible. Generally, I'm not brief. Medha, where is Medha? Medha is, how did I really get to, about this conference? Medha invited me over. Medha is my guided candidate for all service examination. One fine morning I was lonely in my home because my wife was in the United States of America and I was alone in Hyderabad in Najara Hills. His father is an advocate who used to represent before me in adjudication of the corruption cases that I used to preside. And his father brought, in one hand he brought Medha, in one hand he brought Siddhartha, his brother, his son and daughter. He said, sir, you have to give them some kind of charging for getting into IAS 9. And after that, they used to push their dad to come to my place. And we used to discuss how do we get started. And is this examination so tough that is made out to be no guide? It's not tough at all. So, who is your guide doesn't really matter. But give it a shot. Give it a shot. Continue with the session, but give it a shot. Now, I selected this particular session of poverty reduction and sustainability because all my life, 16 years of my life, I've been in villages doing nothing but poverty reduction. That was mine. As an IS officer, for 16 years I did. I literally did poverty reduction in the village. Somebody's crop was drying up. I saw to it that hyacinth from the canals were removed. Deepening of the wells at 12 noon, I will go into the interior villages and see whether he's asking for money for deepening or he's asking for something else. And we'll sanction, we'll give house sites to the poor who have no house sites. We will give agricultural sites to the poor who will do some agriculture. And we also give them housing. But sustainability, let me tell you, when I came to the headquarters, then I started doing some work on sustainability with the World Bank and the IMF. But my specialty is poverty reduction in the first years of my life. Now, I'm not really selling this book. This is a book that I wrote on poverty of nations. You must have heard about Adam Smith, father of economics, and he wrote which book? Wealth of Nations. But I thought, everybody talks about the wealth, why not poverty? So I wrote this book, Poverty of Nations. Pass it on. You can see the cover, and after the sessions are over, you can email me how did you like the cover of this book. Now, the cover of this book is not hunger. The cover of the book is not tears of the poor. The cover of the book is education. The cover of the book is a smile. The cover of the book is sustainability of marriage. Cover of the book is don't judge people by skin color. Whites are not always good. And blacks are not always bad. I have seen lovely black people, both men and women and children, and wonderful white people, and very bad white people, and very bad black people. So these two subjects are very close to my heart, and since this first session is poverty reduction and sustainability, marvelous subjects you have selected, you will get a lot of good ideas, and you will also be able to implement that. I'll circulate my email, address and phone number. I'm not one of those Amitabh Bachchan guys who doesn't give the email address and telephone. I wanted to contact him for the last 10 years. Could not because he doesn't share his telephone number and email address. I do that. There should be in all of them. They circulate some of the projects. I'll give you. Tell me the projects that you have implemented from time to time on poverty reduction sustainability. I will give you. Now Sanya is telling sir to keep. Look at the watch. She is dominating. See, the person who presides over must dominate. And in the house, who should dominate? Husband or the wife? Wife must dominate. If wife dominates, there is peace. If husband dominates, there is war. Which one is better? Tolstoy wrote a book, War and Peace. Read this book, Tolstoy. Gandhi was influenced by Tolstoy's book, War and Peace. I learned it right in the beginning. My dad told me, don't open your mouth when you get married. And I had a wonderful marriage. For how many years, sir? Everybody says 20 years, 25 years. It has been 45 years, guys. Dr. Shona is my wife, a wonderful wife. She completed, during COVID time, nothing is happening, everybody said. I said, what are you talking? My wife completed her thesis during COVID. She presented her thesis in COVID and got her PhD in sociology at the age of 59. So poverty reduction has no Learning has no limits, and Sania represents another Sania, that is tennis. Sports have limits. You have to retire from sports. You never have to retire from learning. So many of the IAS officers, they envy me because they don't have a whole lot of qualifications that I started to get. And I never retired. And they are retiring one by one. Sir, I am retired. You are not retired, we know, because there is no learning. There is no retirement from learning. There is no retirement from sustainability, and there is no retirement from poverty reduction. Even at the age of 85, you can go and reduce poverty in some village, in some home, in some city. Last point that I would like to mention, because again, Sania sent me a message quietly, sir, wind up. No? Enough is enough. She didn't say that. Always remember, poverty, human society today in 21st century is not only suffering from poverty of wealth. We are suffering from poverty of wealth. You do some projects on that. We are suffering from poverty of access to sports. We are suffering from poverty of education. We have done up to BCom computers, but we have not been able to complete it because of family conditions. Motivate them, take their names, take their address, and see when they have achieved that. We have poverty of education, we have poverty of food, we have poverty of homes, we have poverty of agriculture, where the Green Revolution for law did it only for some certain parts of India, remaining parts of India. Keep telling Mr. Modi, sir, please bring Green Revolution to the rest of the country. And the last but not the least is, there is huge rise in poverty of ethics among people. And in this area, it is educated people who are doing, exhibiting poverty ethics. Corruption. You take your proposal to the bank to be an entrepreneur. Do you get loan? Who gets loan? A Punjabi gets loan, a Gujarati gets loan, a Marwadi gets loan, a Kopti in Andhra Pradesh gets loan, Vaishya gets loan, Reddy gets loan, Kama gets loan. If you are not Punjabi, if you are not Parsi, if you are not Sindhi, if you are not Gujarati, if you are not Marwadi, you don't get loan from the bank. And if you are not Reddy, if you are not Kama, if you are not Kopti, you don't get no chance. If we are STs, we don't get loans. If we are STs, we don't get loans. If we are Brahmins, we don't get loans. If we are backward class people, we don't get loans. We have to be Kama ready most of the time. Is it good? No. There is poverty of ethics here. We are young. We want to be job creators. We don't want to be placed with Deloitte. We want to be job creators. There is already a scheme called MSME scheme of Government of India, where I'm giving you that information nobody will give you. You can draw 1 crore without security. You don't have to give any security if your project is good. They are part of the system. Continue to fight with the bankers and make some MSME loan given by some banks. Let them give 1, 2, 3, 4. But you will be surprised. I've done research on that. In the entire city of Hyderabad, I did not find one bank giving 1 loan to my very, very young friends. They all give it to the oldies, from Delhi, from Kama, from Punjabis, from Parsis, Gujaratis, Vaishya. How long, how many thousands of years the Marwadis will make so much of money? And we will just suck thumb. Poverty of ethics. Don't leave. Thank you very much, guys. I'm very impressed with your inculcation of thought, arising of the thought. I want you to take contrarian actions. I want you to be not Jinnah, always in suit and tie like me. No. like Gandhi. Be like Gandhi.
Thank you so much for a long but a very informative and a very motivating speech, sir. So now we would like to continue with more motions on the goal no poverty. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, the organizing committee member, Akshat.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. So I want to raise the motion that providing a certified course to the people who cannot afford to run family. So by providing a certified course and they get a certificate by which they can apply to internships, which may provide some economical stability to the family. Thank you.
Points of support? Member towards my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yeah, I would support my co-delegate. Like he said, we should give certified courses to the people. And I would like to add the point that we can do campaigning in households where there is poverty, be it slums area or other areas. And we can take the children who don't have access to education and we can make their admission in at least government schools. So what happens is once we make a child to go even in a government school, and once he gets educated, I feel like he will break the chain of poverty that is being continued in his family. So I would like to.
Any points of contradiction? Member towards my left back, right back.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I definitely contradict his motion because I feel like nowadays people are already being taught in the government colleges for free education is already given, but that's not working. That's already been provided. That's nothing what we're doing new. Providing a certified course, we need to go to the schools, we need to go to the colleges. What is already being done for free in government schools. So
Points of contradiction? After?
Thank you for acknowledging, Chair. As my co-delegate mentioned that we already have colleges which provide free education. I understand that, but we do not have skill-oriented education sectors, and skill-oriented are sectors which provide us employment. So I would suggest that we do such courses.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Member towards my left.
I would like to thank the highly esteemed Chair for acknowledging me, and I stand here to advocate the person and the profession which deserves all the goodness and riches and who is practically and basically and literally the reason and the backbone behind every other way of life or the livelihoods of the entire nation and the world. That is a farmer. And the farmer falls under this evil of poverty and the depravity of poverty most often. So I would like to encourage the Hyderabad Youth Assembly to organize seminars or the webinars to educate the farmers on the right customs of farming, like the usage of the right soil for the right amount of crops, and also like which season is like better for like which crop is better for which season, and all the farmers like do same agriculture of one crop in like one season, and not everyone gets the same profit out of it, and like farmers get into losses for that. So I would like to encourage the Hyderabad Youth Assembly to organize webinars and seminars to educate the farmers, which would enlighten them also, and also like it may sound impossible, but I believe that Hyderabad Youth Assembly has the capacity of doing the impossibilities. And the thing is like, what if we could pay off the debts of the farmers, which is the main reason of the staggering rate
Contradictions? Contradictions, please. Number towards my right and left.
I'd like to thank the chair for acknowledging me. When regarding my co-delegate's motion, I feel like farming as a profession has been practiced over decades. It's not something that's been practiced over like 2 years. So I'm sure that most farmers already have enough knowledge. I think providing resources to make that, with combining with the knowledge that's already there, and with proper resources can actually magnify the potential, like, or the outcome of agriculture. And with respect to paying off debts, I feel like there's a Chinese proverb, if you don't know. It's called give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, but teach a man how to fish, you feed him for a life. So, with regard to that, I think I hope that's it. Thank you.
Any contradiction more? Ganesh.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As our co-delegate said, we have to teach them how to farm in which seasons, which crops are suitable for farming. Actually, in these days, our government has proposed, already it is proposed by our Chief Minister, KCR, and it is not developing actually. Some farmers are thinking, if we grow only cotton, we get profit. If we grow only paddy, we get profit. Some farmers are looking only for the rich crops, and some of them are farming different crops, and some of them are only farming the high profit crops. But I think that doesn't work.
Sir wants to add a line to the point.
No, it's a great point that I'm combining what the farmers have millenniums of experience. They are feeding this country. We should be very proud. 1.3 billion Indians are being fed by the farmers. 130 crores of mouths are being fed, including my mouth and your mouth, are being fed by the farmers. We don't import a single grain of pulses, paddy, wheat, etc. No food is being imported. And one more line I want to add, you should know. Is it that some countries import food? Our great neighbor China imports food a lot. And please make a note, 60 countries in the world out of 200 countries totally in the planet, 60 countries in the world, they have no food grown in their country. They import all of their food requirements from the rest of the world by taking foreign exchange from international market. 60 countries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any new motions on the floor? Isha.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I was hoping, usually all these differently abled orphanages and all these places for old age people, or just middle-aged, the differently able. So I was suggesting we can provide employment to one person per facility so that they can help the people in that differently abled facility to carry out their daily tasks, such as some people might not have their legs in proper condition to walk around and everything, so some basic needs that they need to take care of for that day, something like that.
Thank you. Any further support? Contradiction? Shaurya?
Our co-delegate has mentioned that orphanages and old age homes require anyone to support them, like to give them employment and help them. They have to pay in return to help them. but the organization do have helpers already. That is what an orphanage or an old age home is. They do have supporters, helpers who already work for them and support. Thank you.
Any more contradictions? Member towards my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Even if we provide any one person for any facilities, I would want to know how is it going to help with no poverty? How is giving one person to each facility going to help in no poverty? Here we're talking about the issue of no poverty. I think, as my co-delegate already mentioned, there are a lot of people who are there as helpers and workers who are assigned for these kind of works. Thank you.
I would declare the house for debate between Isha and the delegate.
I don't know if my motion was understood properly actually, but I meant to provide someone through the facility so that they can generate employment for themselves. So suppose I am here, I go to a facility for a while, that's like my permanent job over there, to help them. In households there where people have no employment, I can go to a facility, differently abled facility, not orphanages or old age homes, differently abled facilities, and help them with their daily tasks so that I can generate my revenue for my household, and their daily tasks are being completed in a smooth way. Is my emotion clear or?
Debate, so you can go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Now the motion got a little bit clear to me, as I thought the person was going to go to the, for a matter of fact, I thought it's going to be an NGO, an old age home. Now that you specified it's a differently abled center, now it makes it a little clear. Thank you.
And I would also like to mention it to my co-delegate Shavya. I meant differently abled facilities as well. We are students and we can dedicate our entire day at a facility to help people. So that is why I was talking about helping somebody else who's unemployed.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Josh? Tulsi?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As we are doing projects for the goal no poverty, the class we are targeting as the underprivileged class, where the be it women, the choice they make to earn money would be working in households. Now in Hyderabad, if we have many high-rise communities, Aparna, Sarovar, there are many, but they don't have sufficient helpers there. Every household will require, maybe not every, but majority of the households require a helper, and we can connect the underprivileged class women to those households so that they can get a.
Thank you. Any further contradiction? Akshay?
I thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. So, my co-delegate was speaking about connecting underprivileged people with people staying in communities. But already we have facilitating agencies and housekeeping agencies. HYA need not become another agency in the city. And moreover, we can't say that we don't have facilitators. It might be shortage or it might be any other reason of cost, but a lot of people migrate from states like Jharkhand and Bihar, and they are working in the communities of Hyderabad. I don't see there is a need, and I don't feel there is a permanent project which can be closed in 4 months of this state.
Thank you. Any more contradictions? Okay. Any new motion on the floor? Towards my left, the first one.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me and allocating me time. Unions have been the backbone of the working class for the past 50 years in our country, but sadly they are a dying form of organization, and even one of the biggest achievements of our government and our country has been our railway system, and a lot of people don't know that it's because of the railway unions and the trade unions that exist that they still hold up to this day. I would like to provide information centers outside placements or any facility we can reach out using our network, so we can provide information to our students and people, so unionization is more available and it's an easier process. Thank you.
Yeah, any points of support? Contradiction? Akshay.
So, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My co-delegate was speaking about unionization. In day-to-day changing world, we need to adopt to the changes that are happening, and things are not like how they were earlier. Now, India is developing, and we need to compete with the global level development. Things, we need to get adopted to corporate working style, and unionization is not suitable for corporate working style. My delegate was speaking only about the one side of unionization, but there are many issues where government has got lost because of unions. There were days where education institutions were closed for months together because of the unions in this country. And unions are mostly aligned towards communism and communist parties, which can't be accepted or adopted to today's development happening in this democratic nation, as it's the largest democratic country of the world. Thank you.
Any more contradictions? We'll go to the new motion. Any motions on the floor? Raghuvanshi?
Thank you, Chair, acknowledging me. Poverty గురించి మాట్లాడక ముందు poverty reasons గురించి మాట్లాడదాం. నా దృష్టిలో రెండు రీజన్స్ ఉన్నాయి పావర్టీకి రీజన్స్. ఒకటి మాఫియా, ఇంకోటి ఇండియన్స్ ఆర్ లేజీ. దీనికి సొల్యూషన్ నేను ఒకటి చెప్తాను.
I would like to remind this is not a speech, so please close your motion.
దీనికి నేను సొల్యూషన్ ఒకటి చెప్తాను. ఇండియాలో ఒక స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావాలి. నో వర్క్ నో మనీ అని ఒక స్కీమ్ తీసుకొస్తే రాబోయే కొన్ని జనరేషన్స్ వరకు పావర్టీ కాదు, ఒక పిచ్చగాడు కూడా ఇండియాలో ఉంటాడు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Okay, any points of support? No, it was misread.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. So, I would like to share that we can actually provide them or kickstart with their, business or something like that, as providing them with tea stalls or 2 BHK houses or fulfilling their basic needs. So, mainly poverty means to fulfill their basic needs. Yeah, government is doing that, is working on that to provide 2 BHK houses. But I'm talking about the business side, like providing them with tea stalls or sugarcane machines, etc.
Thank you. Any contradictions? Member towards my right.
As my co-delegate mentioned that poverty is because laziness in people in India. I don't agree to that because it is because of unemployment. People are ready to work, but there is no work to do in India. So first you will think about employment and then you should raise a point about laziness. Thank you.
Any more contradictions to the point? Last year.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think poverty is not completely because of the laziness. Even though you have potential and you have capacity to work, there is no platform to provide the work. That's the reason I think the laziness is not the main reason of poverty. Yes, at some point laziness might be the reason, but your thinking capacity is also the reason for your poverty. Even if you are employed, you have the money and you are using the money for some unreasonable purposes like drinking and buying some other things than for your needs, it's pointless.
I declare the House Open debate between Vamshi and Lassi.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్ ఎక్నాలజింగ్ మీ. తాము చెప్పినట్టు ఇండియాలో వర్క్ లేదంటుంది. ఇండియా బికెమ్ ద హబ్. మల్టీనేషనల్ కంపెనీకి ఇండియా హబ్ అయిపోయింది. ఎందుకంటే చీప్ లేబర్స్ ఇండియాలోనే మాత్రమే ఉన్నారు. మన ఇండియాలో నా యూత్ ఏ కంట్రీలో లేదు.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yes, I agree to the point that India has large amount of the youth. But I recently heard that Amazon and some other companies are taking off the jobs because of the inflation. What would you say about this point?
Can you repeat again?
Some companies, like great companies like Amazon, are taking out the job of the employees because of the inflation. What do you tell about this point?
I may have to interrupt here. We request the delegates to be a little slow and soft with each other and not go too loud.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్ ఎక్నాలజింగ్ మీ. వాళ్ళకి జాబ్లు ఎందుకు ఊడిపోయినాడానికి పనిచేత కాకపోతే జాబ్ ఇవ్వకుండా పెట్టుకుంటారా?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Once again, I want to tell something. If you have just 10 rupees of money, okay. If you have just 1,000 rupees.
సార్ చెప్పారు కదా, లాంచ్ చెప్పారు 1 crore లోన్స్ ఇస్తున్నారు కొత్త బిజినెసెస్కి. అయినా బిజినెస్ పెట్టే అవసరం కూడా లేదు. ఎందుకంటే వేరే కంట్రీస్లో లేబర్స్ చాలా కాస్ట్లో దొరుకుతున్నారని, ఇండియాలో చీప్ లేబర్స్ కొత్త రేట్కే దొరుకుతున్నారని ఇండియా బికేమ్ ద హబ్. ఇండియాలో లేబర్స్కి చాలా చీప్గా దొరుకుతారు. ఫారెన్స్ వాళ్ళకి ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఎక్కువ కావాలి, అందుకే ఇండియాలో అలా ఎమర్జెన్సీస్ పెడుతున్నారు.
Thank you so much, both of you. You may take your seats.
Thank you.
Please take your seats. Any new motions on the floor? Member towards Mr. Right last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So one thing I want to say, actually ఇప్పుడు కేసీఆర్ ఏం చేస్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళ 58 years ఉన్న వాళ్ళు 61కి పెట్టాడు. సో ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళ శాలరీ బై ద రిటైర్మెంట్ టైంకి 1 lakh ఉంటుంది. సో ఆ 1% అలా చేయకుండా ఒక 3 యూత్ పీపుల్ని పెట్టి 30,000 ఇచ్చిన యూత్ విల్ బి వెరీ హ్యాపీ నో. సో
Srinath, I think this is not the relevant point to discuss further. Thank you. You may take your seat. Any new motions on the floor? Dennis.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So in India, we have a lot of work. I would like to disagree with the people who told there's no work in India. And government is providing those works, but people are not aware of it. That is like one of the major problems. And also in India, they have released an article saying, government-sponsored schemes meant for poor but beyond their reach. It's due to lack of awareness. Many people, they think, they just tell work is not done. But there's a lot of work and there's lack of awareness. So basically there are many schemes such as Sansad, Adarsh Gram Yojana and National Rural Livelihood Mission and Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Urban Livelihood Mission and Manrega. So these all different schemes provide them with basic wages, minimum wages. For Manrega, for example, it provides 100 days minimum wage. And there are different schemes which provide for help for self-employment. So all these things are there, but they are not able to access it due to unawareness. So what I would say is, we can conduct awareness sessions, make a gathering and make them aware of all these things and be there for them end to end until they reach that employment. Because I see that in government sectors and in panchayat offices, unless there's rigorous follow-up with them regarding this, the employment is not provided for the poor. So when student organizations such as Street Girls, when we follow up continuously with a small village, panchayat, we can see that at least in that village employment is generated and the poverty is decreased.
Thank you. Any points of support? Member towards my right.
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chief. As the co-delegate said that we need to spread awareness camp, I totally agree with him. Until and unless a human being has 2 legs and two hands, he can work. And when it comes to people who are poor and ask for money or what, like basically begging, we can create awareness programs as you said. So I totally agree with that.
Could you summarize in one line, please?
I support them, and we should take this action on this point.
Any points of contradiction? Kirtana.
Thank you for acknowledgement, Chair. My co-delegate has said that there is no awareness regarding the programs which are given by the government for employment. I would completely disagree with that point. There are particularly arranged government agencies and departments which particularly work for seeing that the programs are being implemented. So this project would not make any sense. I think Hyderabad Assembly stands for making something new happen and not just following up just
Thank you, member. Let's go with the one last motion. So anyone having a very unique idea or who is really confident about themselves, they could really go ahead. Krishna Teja.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So basically, people poor people who don't have enough resources, they reach out to the banks for help. But when it comes back to the banks, they have to pay a certain amount back as an interest within a certain period of time. But as we raise funds and as we collect money from people to help other people who are underprivileged, why don't we set up our own idea of providing people with sanctioned loans which helps them at a lower rate of interest and paying at a convenient period of time.
Would you like to summarize it in one line?
Yeah, so basically we act as a direct contact to people instead of the banks to help them with their financial crisis and provide them the basic facilities at a better rate.
Yes. Any points of contradiction? Delegate towards my right, left, G. Ramya.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think it's just not contradiction, but it's like an addition. And I think the project that will be really not feasible for us to do as a HY, because see, there's a lot of stuff included in HY. It's not only about me lending money. It's about how many members are getting experience through these projects and how many people are being impacted. And talking about funds, we have raised, for example, we have raised 8 lakh rupees in this HY. And how many members do you think we can lend this money to? And how many days will it take to get that money back? And best part is that most of the members or most of the people who start these businesses, they don't know how to streamline that money, even though they have minimum finance. So I think we need to focus on finance management, and we need to take sessions for how to manage their finances and how to make profit out of their finances. So talking about this banking thing since a long time, and I think we really need to focus on projects we can execute with the workforce we have and with the funds we have and with the reach we can get to all the students.
Thank you. So we can add as a motion that finance management workshop. Yeah, we are done with the first session, that is on poverty. It's time for voting. Yeah, I think you all know the instructions before, so I'll be reading out the motion one by one. People in support, have to raise your placard. It has to be visible to the chair table. And we ask for people who are not against the motion, they also need to raise the placard. Based on the majority, we will pass the motion. Is it clear? Yeah. Here was the first motion. Food distribution drives. With the motion. With the motion, food distribution drives. Against the motion, motion not passed. Provide food storage units. With the motion. Against the motion, motion not passed. Tuitions to government students at low cost with the motion. Against the motion? Motion passed. Free driving classes to underprivileged people. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Encourage the underprivileged to make better use of banking sector. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Provide cards for business for farmers. With the motion. Provide cards for business for farmers. Cards. With the motion.
I don't think it is very clear to all the delegates. We're talking about the motion that was raised on providing cards, business cards, tea stalls or other cards to people that are unemployed or underprivileged. That was the motion. So with the motion? Against the motion?
Motion not passed. Setting up civil missions in rural areas. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Support traditional artisan by supplying raw material. With the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion passed. Provide online courses for free for underprivileged students. With the motion? Against the motion? Financial management workshop to students and women out there. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Employ helpers in orphanages for differently abled people in the orphanage. With the motion? Against the motion? With the motion? Motion passed. Provide quality grades to farmers. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Connecting underprivileged with skilled people. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Provide information centers about unions. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Awareness sessions on government schemes, especially on rural areas. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. No work, no money scheme. With the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. That's it for now. Sign, please take.
Yes, so thank you so much for all the active participation throughout the session. Sir, would you like to add something at the end of the session? Thank you.
I was really impressed the way many of you, made very significant points and emotions, and also were contradicting. And I feel that at your age and seniority in education, you did a marvelous job. And give yourself a big hand. When I was your age, which means I was not young, now I am young. I was very, very, very young like you. Whatever newspapers told us, I nodded and said, newspapers are true. Whatever televisions told us, in those days also there was television. The only thing is, it was not big screen, it was black and white. News was there. We were impressed at your age, I was. When rich people stylishly articulated in English beautiful things, I was impressed. Yes, it is. When America said something, the United States says something, superpower. Very good policy. When the Western world told me something, through some channel, most of the time, the West talks to us, to the developed countries, through two institutions. Can anybody tell me which are the two institutions through which West talks to the developing countries? It is the World Bank. It is the International Monetary Fund. Because whenever we need loans, we have to go to the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, and then put some conditions. They educate us. They think we are uneducated, blunt people, developing countries. But who made us developing countries? We know it. The process of colonization by West. But they say, we are World Bankers and we are International Monetary Fund people. You have to listen to us. Otherwise, we are not going to give you loans. I used to say, yes. So the World Bank and IMF said that don't go closer to the farmers. Just be in cities and develop cities. I used to think, yes, they are right. We should only develop cities. We never should go to villages. When I joined the IAS, for your information, I am ashamed to say that nobody told me to go to the villages. And I have never seen a village. ఇక్కడ చాలా మంది పల్లెటూరు నుంచి మారుమూల గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతంలో ఉన్న పల్లెటూరు నుంచి వచ్చి ఇక్కడ ఇంజనీరింగ్ చేస్తున్నారు. కానీ మా బెంగాల్ వాళ్ళు లేదు. బ్రిటిష్ వాళ్ళు మాకు చెప్పారు, పల్లెటూరులో మీరు పోతే ఆ చెత్తవాళ్ళు వాళ్ళ దగ్గర పోకూడదు. అందుకు ఒక్కసారి కలకత్తా నుంచి బొంబాయికి వచ్చినప్పుడు, లేకపోతే బొంబాయి నుంచి న్యూయార్క్కి వచ్చినప్పుడు, తిరిగి వాపస్ వచ్చినప్పుడు మనం బెంగాల్లో we don't go to village. Whereas ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో వచ్చిన తర్వాత అలొకేషన్ ఆఫ్ గార్డెన్, లాస్ ఏంజల్స్ నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు మసిలిపట్నం పోతున్నారు. షికాగో నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు నల్గొండలో ఒక చిన్న గ్రామం చుట్టాలతో మాట్లాడడానికి ఒక వారం రోజు అక్కడ ఉంటున్నారు. ఆ కండిషన్ అంటే అర్బన్ రూరల్ కనెక్ట్ చాలా బాగుంటుంది. కానీ మీకు వరల్డ్ బ్యాంక్ ఐఎంఎఫ్తో కనెక్షన్ లేదు. మీకు బ్రిటిష్ వాళ్ళతో అంత కనెక్షన్ లేదు. బెంగాల్లో మాకు బ్రిటిష్ వాళ్ళు చాలా కనెక్షన్, వరల్డ్ బ్యాంక్ ఐఎంఎఫ్ చాలా కనెక్షన్ వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చారు. కాబట్టి మా మైండ్ సెట్ తయారైంది వెస్టర్నైజ్ మైండ్ సెట్. సో we all think unions are not so good. Why? United States is saying unions are bad. Corporate America is saying flexibility is good. Innovation is good. You should be flexible as a business. You should be innovative as a business. You should be global as a business. ఇవి అంతా చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది? లేబర్ మాత్రము దే ఆర్ ద వన్స్ హూ ఆర్ nuisance. Once they are nuisance, we want to make their bargaining power zero, and we want to raise the bargaining power of the management. If Mysore is representing the labor, the United States says, fuck better. If Asia is representing the capital owner, USA says, support Asia. So Mysore is gone, labor is gone. We should weaken the labor. We should weaken the labor. How? We should not allow them to form unions. If I will support Asia, don't allow Mason to come up. That means don't allow the labor to come up. That means don't allow unions to come up. కానీ మాకు చట్టం ఉంది కదా, యూనియన్ ఉండాలి కదా మా ఇండస్ట్రీలో. ఉండవచ్చు. ఎవరైనా లేబర్ కొంచెం తయారు చేస్తున్నారు, లేబర్ ఫార్మేషన్, you remove them from the job somehow or the other. You close that particular unit itself. Once the unit is gone, along with that, unionizing type of labor is gone. And Asia becomes powerful. Very powerful. Inca very powerful. Asia becomes owner of the Walmart. And from the country, all departmental stores are gone, all the shops are gone. Only the branches of Asia's Walmart remains in America. Because there are no unions. Here we have got millions and millions of small shopkeepers. It is a nation of shopkeepers, not Britain is a nation of shopkeepers. India is a nation of shopkeepers. We have got so many departmental stores, hundreds of thousands. In America there is only one Walmart and only branches of Walmart. You may be thinking I am speaking more, but you should know. For going to the restroom, going to the bathroom, Walmart has a time. Walmart allows its employees to go to the bathroom only for 10 minutes. As soon as the bathroom goer comes back after 20 minutes, manager will ask, what for you were there for 20 minutes? What were you doing there? You are supposed to, according to rules, to come back to your desk 10 minutes. So, Asia's Walmart is so powerful and the labor is so useless that even the time for going to the restroom is 10 minutes. Otherwise, the next day, that person is gone. Have you heard about pink slip? Have you heard about pink slip? He will be shown the pink slip. Secondly, for lunch, there is time for 15 minutes. If you have taken lunch for 20 minutes, on that day, salary will not be paid to you. This is the power of the capital. And today, whichever direction you go to in America, but Sharia, I have laid off 20,000 from my company. I say, you laid off 20,000 in this? I laid off 51,000 from my company. And then Sanya says, what, Dr. Vatsalya, you are saying 51,000? My brother has laid off 110,000. Oh, really? So we are showing off in Hyderabad club, in country club, in big country clubs of Mumbai and Calcutta. We are showing off, shrugging our shoulders and saying, we kicked out this labor, 51,000. And they are going without food. What business alone must have to remove Twitter employees by email? What business does he have? You know what is Elon Musk? Elon Musk was a student like him. And he went on F1 visa to America. He's not native American, USA. He went on a student visa, then he got H1 visa. Then he got green card, then he got citizen. Then he became billionaire. Today he is so powerful that he is writing off. So now, think about it. What you listen from WB and IMF, don't take it take it with a bucket of salt, not with a pinch. When you listen from USA and the Western world, what is the condition of United Kingdom today? Its mayor is a Pakistani. Its prime minister is an Indian. Of Indian origin. It is in drains today. United Kingdom is in drains today. Your head of the state is from of Indian origin. And such a bad economy, inflation is going high, it's going to the roof. Google CEO is an Indian. Microsoft CEO is an Indian. And Americans are sucking thumb with small jobs. Why is it happening? Because they don't want unions. They only want few billionaires. Few billionaires. Billionaires who cannot keep their marriage intact also. Bill Gates, with so much money, could not keep his wife intact. His marriage had gone to dogs. Valentine is away. Jeff Bezos, he became billionaire in 2001. Today he is multi-millionaire. His wife kicked him out and divorced him. He is alone. With so much money, you become billionaire by kicking so many union workers And you can't keep your wife, you can't keep your family. What kind of ethics do you have? You are suffering from absolute poverty. So guys, before you say that union should not be there, you may have a startup. You may lead to corporation. How many people you will absorb in corporation? My student Saspurna, the manager of the corporate sector at Deloitte, Bank of America, they are making them work from 9 in the morning till 9 in the night. And my junior IAS officers, they are going to shopper. My engineers are going to shopper. Coming back at 6 o'clock, playing with their children, with their wives. And the corporate students of mine, or Saspurna, they can't even identify a date. Because for dating you need time. When your boss will leave you at 9 o'clock and call you all the time in mobile, how would you be in a position to get dating? How would you get married? You are married, already have children. But you have to see that your subordinates, team members, they also get married. Don't be ruthless to capitalism. Don't use the word socialism and communism with union. Union has nothing to do with communism, has nothing to do with socialism. Last line on this issue. United States was not such a roguish nation until 1979. United Nations respected unions until 1979. India still respects unions. Even to this day, India respects unions. And when Walmart went to China, you know what Chinese chief of the state told? If you want Walmart to be in my jurisdiction, you have to have a union in Walmart. In your country, you don't have a Walmart union. I don't allow you unless you have a union. You know what US said? Conditionally, you are only giving me loans with which I am running my country and running wars. I have got more than $80 trillion of loan from you. If you want union in Walmart, I accept. They gave Walmart a union, then only Walmart was over. China. Respect union, respect poor. They will love you, they will extol you to the sky. And I wind up by saying, there is a song in the गरीबों की सुनो, तुम एक पैसा दोगे, वो 10 लाख देगा. He will return it back to you. But if you are listening to the rich and kicking the poor, the rich would not give you. My friend is struggling to get 3 lakhs of rupees to close a loan. He went to 5 rich people. All of them said sorry. And their houses are worth 15 crores. 5 rich people with houses of 15 crores refused an IPS officer, honest IPS officer, 3 lakhs of loan. This is what the rich people can do to you. Poor people will take it from chit fund. Same IPS officer, maids and gardeners went to chit fund. They brought 3 lakhs. Sir, the rich are not giving, don't bother, take this. And close them. So guys, give a big hand to the person who said unions must be respected.
Thank you so much for another one, sir. We've really learned a lot from you. So thank you so much for joining us today, and we would like to hand over a little token of gratitude to you.
Like Ramya, CEO of Silco India, President and Chief Guest.
Thank you guys. guys. Thank you so much. If there are moments when I was slightly in excess of emotion, thank you so much. They're giving me so much that I can't carry it in my hand. And you have given me so much of affection. I cannot carry it in my tummy. God bless you all.
Before we move into the next vote, I request the members who didn't get acknowledgement regarding the project proposal, please send the chat to the chair table. Yeah, let's move on to the next.
Also, we'd like to add a point that any points that you want to add about a particular goal have to be finished only when that particular session is going on. And if you're not able to pick someone with too many people, too many motions, or too many placards being raised, we request you to send that through the message to the chair table, and we definitely consider that. Thank you.
Let's move to the next session, that is quality education, session 2, right? Any new speakers on the floor? Speeches? I'm towards my left back.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. A quality education is one that focuses on the whole child, the social, emotional, mental, physical, and cognitive development, irrespective of their gender, race, background. Quality education also means meeting the basic terms, entails the working progress of the abilities of a student, along with the satisfaction for the facilities and opportunities that is provided by an educational institution. But this isn't the case in India. Several reports suggest that nearly
to open many doors in life. When we have access to good quality education, we can use it, become whatever we want. An astronaut, a chef, a doctor, what matters who are or where we live. When we learn new skills and ideas, our minds grow, and when what happens, we can invent new things that benefit lots of different people. Good education is possible when there are enough teachers, when every student has books and computers and supplies, and when schools are safe and clean, but not every student has the same opportunity to learn. Everyone deserves the right teachers, learning resources and opportunities beyond basic literacy and numeracy skills. But while more students have access to school than ever before, the quality of the education varies widely across the world. That's why the UN have made quality education for all one of their 17 Sustainable Development Goals. For the first time in 10 years, reading and arithmetic is 14. This indicates that an increase in learning is possible by 7% at grade 3 level since 2014. Nevertheless, ASER 2018 showed that in grade 5, after more than 4 years of schooling, only half of the children could read a grade 2 level text fluently. The UN is working with governments and charities to build schools and libraries in developing countries and provide safe spaces where students can learn about creating sustainable lifestyles that help the planet and develop technical and trade skills for the future employment. We can continue this great work together in achieving quality education for all by 2030. Together we can make quality education a reality for everyone, everywhere. Thank you.
I thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. So, I would propose the House, to take up the programs where we could collaborate with few foundations or other NGOs to take the projects into the crowd, where people can interact with the underprivileged people. They can take up some career guidance sessions in weekends, and also they can provide some skills to them. Taking up regular projects in government schools might not make much difference. Of course, they create some impact, but they have become more. HY has been doing for last 10, 11 years. I think it's a time to change. Recently, I have gone through one of the collaborations of street cross, each one with Pallavi Foundation. To take up more and more collaborations where we have human resource, where we have a huge crowd to bring in the reach in the market and also in the society. So with a less effort, with our human resource and student resource, we can
having organized in different areas on like weekly basis or monthly basis. In the same time, we could take an initiative to organize educational camps where we can bring different people who are expert in the skills and different alumni of colleges and even professors. They can even give us a day, and if even once a week they join us in these camps, we can provide valuable advice to the people who are not educated, which will further lead them to participate in like new courses they might study, or they might take up an education and later get a job and something.
Points of contribution. Emotions on the floor. Shreya.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. So the goal is quality education. So when it comes to, it is not only education, it is quality education. So when it comes to quality, I would like to propose a project that says providing informative books to many students by referring the higher, experienced authorities, lecturers or teachers. We can provide students with the quality and the best books we can give them regarding any subject or any curriculum of theirs. So by that they can increase their information regarding that subject, which is really quality. When it is quality education, not only education, so I would like to focus on quality by improving their education with different books.
I do support with Shreya's. I do support with my co-delegate that providing books which are to a next level of education. The books which we get are of basic level that are provided by the according to the syllabus. But if we wanted to learn something in an innovative way, we need some other resources that are written by some of the prominent people who have done research and holding a PhD degree. So I think providing them books and also providing them some of the e-platform facilities, like in a school we can establish a computer where with some of the e-journals where students can go and refer that in their free periods. Most of the students who belong to underprivileged classes don't have mobile phones in their homes, so they can refer to the internet computer provided in their schools. Thank you.
Any more points of support?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to add to the point which my co-delegate had said that. So instead of giving books to the individual people, what we can do is we can give books to the library, because library is a place where all the people who are interested to read gather at that particular place. So instead of giving to a person, so we might just go and simply sell it for money. So we could donate that books to libraries which have many people coming and going there, so it will be used and read on a regular basis.
Yeah, this is a point of contradiction. Any more contradictions?
right left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I contradict this idea because I think that there are already a lot of books and sources available on the internet as well as in libraries. People who are actually eager to already go and buy these things. What we can do instead is that we can arrange workshops because students these days are very lazy to read. Instead of doing that, we can expose them to practical learning by most schools have half day on Saturdays. What we can arrange is they can be practical workshops for life skills, and they can be really nice seminars for them where they can be exposed to life skills such as communication skills, marketing ideas, and how to go out in the open world when they go out for jobs and all.
Thank you. Any points of contradictions? Akshay.
I thank Honorable Chair for acknowledging me. So, my co-delegate was speaking about quality content in education. I think we can't find the best author committee which is better than the committee of SCRT or NCRT. They provide the best content in the textbooks which are being distributed at free of cost by government in all the government institutions. We see people cracking medical entrance and engineering entrance, getting into ancient IITs with those books. It's all about we need proper guidance by the people, how to understand the content and go through the content. There is no point in saying that we could provide better content in the books. It's all about providing right mentorship to understand how this content can be understood and be delivered in the examination. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Tulsi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. In the goal of quality education, the project I want to take up is distribution of supplies, stationery supplies for the underprivileged students through recycling the used paper material. This is a project already in effect in Geetham University. In this project, the used materials such as the records of the students' examination papers, they are collected and sold in a bulk to the ITC Corporation, which in exchange either give us the money or they provide us with books or sharpeners, all the stationery we need. And these can be distributed to the underprivileged students. Thank you.
Points of support? To the last. Thank you for encouraging me. I support the Tulsi who has said that one because can I talk? Sorry, but I can talk in Telugu so that I can. అట్లా ఇప్పుడు మేమే ఉన్నాం, మేమే రికార్డ్స్ రాసి, అబ్జర్వేషన్స్ రాసి, నోట్స్ రాసి, అవన్నీ ఎగ్జామ్ పేపర్స్ అన్నీ అయితే ఎగ్జామ్స్ అయిపోయిన తర్వాత రీసైకిల్ చేయరు, వాళ్ళు అమ్మేస్తారు కాలేజ్ వాళ్ళు. అలాంటివి చాలా ఉన్నాయి కాలేజ్లో, కానీ ప్రతి ఒక్క కాలేజ్లో ఉంటుంది నాకు తెలిసి. Then we have to collect it and we have to recycle it and we have to give to poor people like who are studying in government schools, who are in villages, and we have to make a change in the education. That is, we have a goal that is quality education. I have a project that is quality education means we have to only give only education, not we have to tell them how the society and how the problems are in the society, and we have to tell the knowledge which is out of the syllabus, which is useful nowadays, which is useful to all of us. This is my thank you.
Points of support? Member was misread.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we know that with streetcars there are 80 plus institutions, we can actually talk to all the institutions or colleges which are under streetcars, and we can take all the records and all the unused materials, and we can actually provide to the IDC company as my co-delegate said, and we can actually create a good project from this. Thank you.
Is there an addition to the idea already proposed by a delegate before, or is this a new motion?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. It is an addition to what she has said. So, thank you.
Alright, thank you.
Contradiction? Srinath?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So actually, in India, what we are learning, we are not putting into the practice. That's even though still now, some schools are like, if you write this answer for 5 times, you will be perfect. That is literally not correct, actually. So, like, the students can learn with the animated videos. So we have to implement some projectors also to get the content proper, to catch the content clear.
So you're trying to setting up digital classrooms?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a new goal then. Yeah, new motion then. Yeah. Any support for the digital classrooms? Deeksha.
Oh, thank you for acknowledging me, Chief. As my co said, see, nowadays, most of all, we prefer digitalized only. Even me, even I prefer, like,
Sorry for interrupting the lecture. Folks, we have our alumni, Adarsh, from 2020 to 2021 board, and we is honored to acknowledge his presence. He was Vice President of the Tender to Speaker Hyderabad in 2020 to 2021.
Yeah, you can continue.
yeah. When it comes to reading, before we should prefer digitalized, because we can remember when we see or when we visual something else. I think this is a good project to proceed on. Like I support the code and what was the new motion. Thank you.
Any contradiction on digital classrooms? Fine. Any new motions on the floor? Shruti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Streetcars has executed many projects related to education, be it their infrastructure or providing materials. Streetcars has executed projects, but how many of these rural schools and colleges have implemented vocational education? I have learned in my school that theory guides, but practical decides. So, collaborating. So, my project idea would be proper implementation of vocational subjects, be it in the curriculum or collaborating through Streetcars Gold, where we have working professionals, for having training sessions and seminars, provided the speaker of the session is a learned person in that very field. And HYA can also go on a survey, the members can go on a survey and find out the colleges and schools in rural areas. Rural areas in specific because we do not have vocational education implemented over there. So targeting such schools and colleges and getting to know what kind of vocational education is needed, and we the members can provide the material related to vocational education. Because vocational education brings skill-based knowledge and will also increase the job opportunities.
Thank you. Any points to go? Dennis.
Thank you for acknowledging me. So I would like to support to what my fellow delegate has
proposed. And I would also like to include and share some facts and the things which you already know. Um, as a fact, many of the Indian students go into engineering background. Like 15 lakh students every year enter engineering, choose engineering. So I would say making coding, teaching coding sessions is really important. I feel because in the school phase, if children are taught coding, it will become easier when they go to engineering and many feel that.
Yeah, I had a lot of contradictions. Contradictions, please. Isha.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. I would like to specify one thing. Engineering does not only include coding. It's not just just pursue computer science by only conducting coding sessions. You can explore many other backgrounds like architecture that is present, and we have VFX and all these things where the current problem according to me is that a lot of students are not aware of what are the career opportunities that are present. It's very narrow down to awareness. So when we teach these students about the broader career options they have, that would be a lot more helpful than just encouraging coding sessions in schools.
Thank you. We have received a message from Nagapushita. Nagapushita, could you please propose your idea?
Thank you for acknowledging. So my idea is about
Could you please be louder? Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my idea is about providing science labs in government schools where we can provide equipment for the experiments, taking a room for that and providing them the equipment.
Setting up labs and for practical education, right? Points of support? Saket.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Jay. So, as our co-delegate said, for setting labs or practicals in the government schools, so state cars are Hyderabad Youth Assembly or everything is in the cities, which is Hyderabad or something like that. So when we go to the villages, so I think in the districts, something in Khammam or something Warangal, so there is no any other practicals labs in the government schools. So when we put in the labs or in the government schools, so they can the children can learn easily and they can learn.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Contradiction, anyone? Yeah. There was a new motion. Any new motions on the floor? Member towards my extreme left.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. I believe quality education comes into place when schools and colleges provide a platform for students to explore themselves. So we can start few skill development workshops where students are taught soft skills and personality development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of support? Meda?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I do totally agree to my co-delegate because there are so many people from our HYA and also the alumni who are into different kinds of education or the streams we can say, be it like life sciences or physical sciences, many are into the engineering. So I think we can actually conduct the workshops where we can teach students a bit more like an experimental kind of education because that's where the practicality works. Always theory doesn't work and it doesn't go into the minds of people every time. But when you are trying to take it in a practical way, practical education works every time.
Yeah. Any more points of support? Remember towards my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. In addition to what my co-delegate Meja said, I want to propose a motion that is taking government school students to field trips, which will help them in understanding how they.
I'm really sorry I have to interrupt you, but we were asking for points of support and not any new motion.
Yeah, in point of supporting that, I can suggest that they can take the government students to field trips, which will actually help them in applying the theory in real life.
Thank you. Points of contradiction? New motion on the floor? Afra.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As we talk about quality education here, I think most of us fail to realize that it's not just about education but quality education, as Sriya, co-delegate member, already mentioned. But if you look out to the sheet which has been given to us in the file, talking about the goal targets by 2030 that has to be reached, it includes ensuring that all girls and boys get complete, free, equitable and quality primary, secondary education leading to a relevant and learning outcomes. I don't really think that most of the members or delegates here have opened the sheet and had the look onto that, because most of the people in Hyderabad or in the city or in and around the city has the access to education because of the various schemes implemented by the government. But what we fail to realize is that we do not implement the education in the right way possible, and that might be because of the not improper quality education which we are getting. And to improve the quality of the studies which do not implement in our coming future, for example, a person who is not interested in doing something in engineering, and he or she might be interested in arts, but he or she getting into engineering and doing nothing out of it is what is getting into problem. All of us need to understand that if you want education, that should be of your interest. So what I want to propose in motion is that is to take up that sector of education that they are interested in, and rather not go for education sector hierarchy. If a doctor, if the mother and the father is a doctor, the children become the doctor. If they are a lawyer, the children become.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you please make it in one line, please?
Yeah. So basically, the motion is about awareing the students of.
Members last try to be.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. As we all know, education is not only academically based. So when they have someone like, they can come to us and approach us and they can share our feelings or something like that.
Points of support? Member towards my left, extreme back.
So I would like to emphasize supporting the.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. In the 5 quality education targets, they have said that by 2030, eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training for the vulnerable, including persons with disabilities, indigenous people, and children in vulnerable situations. So I think that awareness on mental health issues that might be anxiety, depression, or whatever it is, that needs to be approached, and I think workshops on mental health and things like that are very important for the overall development of the children. So I support my co-delegate's point. Thank you.
Points of contribution? Remember to go by extreme last.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegate said, the students or people who are facing mental problems can approach us, but I think there are already hotlines for those. I think there is no point, but I think we can create an awareness about that. Thank you.
Any motions on the floor? Member towards my extreme right. Here.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to say that many of the people now here are talking in support of the education, which is the academics part. So I would like to emphasize on the physical education, that is sports. So many of the people who aspire to become maybe a cricketer or a basketball player, they don't know a particular path that they can pursue. The people maybe in colleges, maybe in good in sports, in a particular sport, he doesn't know a path to become a basketball player or a cricketer. So what we can do as a youth, that we can conduct workshops and camps in which we could call coaches and professional players, and we could conduct these camps in schools and colleges. So once a person gets into a sports field, again he could also gain scholarships, and he could also his academic part would not be left out. Once he gets in sports with a sports scholarship and all, he will get into top colleges in Telangana and even in India. So, thank you.
Would be something I want all the delegates to be aware of. Yes, so as Hyderabad Youth Assembly, I believe we can do a lot more than just awareness sessions, and I would request the delegates to come up with ideas that are not limited to just creating awareness sessions, but something practically worked upon.
We'll go to any motions. Any motions on the floor? Raghuvanshi.
Thank you, Chair, acknowledging me. క్వాలిటీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ స్కూల్స్ వల్లనే కాలేజ్ వాళ్ళకి వస్తాయంటే అది రాంగ్. మనము కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో స్కూల్స్ కూడా ఉండవు. అలాంటి ఏరియాస్లో అయితే వాళ్ళ పిల్లల్ని అంత ఖర్చు పెట్టి అంత దూరం పంపించడం కంటే చైల్డ్ లేబర్స్ అలాంటి పనులకు పంపిస్తున్నారు. మనం ఏం చేద్దామంటే హైదరాబాద్ యూత్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఆన్లైన్ సిస్టమ్ అని పెడదాము. ఎల్కేజీ నుంచి పీజీ దాకా ఫ్రీ ఉంటుంది. దాని రీచ్ ఎక్కువ ఉండడానికి మనము ఒక పెద్ద ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ఉన్న సెలబ్రిటీ తోటి దాన్ని మనం లాంచ్ చేయవచ్చు. లాంచ్ చేపిస్తే మనకి రీచ్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. అప్పుడు పిల్లలు మంచిగా వినడానికి ఉంటుంది.
Points of contribution. Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate said that we need to develop our own online class session, but there are already so many videos that are available on YouTube for free of cost. Why should we waste our time and energy in developing what is already there?
With proper qualification, so that we can imbibe quality in education, because the motion is about having quality in education and not just because I hope my co-delegate understands the difference between education, quality education and literacy. So I am against this motion.
Would you like to answer that? Okay, the house is open for debate between Amshi and Shruti.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్ అక్నాలజింగ్ మీ. ఐఎమ్ నాట్ టెలింగ్ దట్ నేను మనమే చెప్పుదామని చెప్పట్లేదు. కొంతమంది పిహెచ్డి చేసి వాళ్ళ సొసైటీకి మనం హెల్ప్ చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నారు. మనం వాళ్ళని కాంటాక్ట్ అయితే మనకి ఈ ప్రాసెస్ నడుస్తుంది.
I have some slight questions here, Vamshi. If there are unemployed youth, they would prefer for the financial stability first, then they will work for the society.
మీకు రామకృష్ణ మఠం తెలుసు అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఆ రామకృష్ణ మఠంలో జస్ట్ ఆడొచ్చే టీచర్ పిహెచ్డి చేసిన టీచర్స్ వాళ్ళు ఏం వాళ్ళ ప్రాఫిట్స్ కోసం ఏం రావట్లేదు. అందరూ ప్రాఫిట్స్ కోసమే చేస్తారంటే ఈ ఎన్జిఓనే ఉండదు.
have recognized boards that have a proper curriculum that sets the quality right for the education. I am again saying that we are not qualified to set a proper curriculum. I want to know the plan of action of the co-delegate as to how you're going to ensure quality, how are you going to develop an app, and how are you going to get a quality curriculum, a recognized curriculum in it.
నాకు తెలిసిన ఒక వ్యక్తి ఒక మాట చెప్తాడు. ఇండియాలో వెల్త్ అనేది నదుల వల్ల కొండల వల్ల ఉండదు. ఒక యూత్ కళలతో కలిగిన కళజాలం ఉన్న యూత్ వల్లనే ఇండియా డెవలప్ అవుతుందని చెప్పాడు. మనం ఒక్కసారి డిసైడ్ అయితే అది ఎట్లనే జరుగుతుంది.
Shruti is asking for the implementation of how
చెప్తాను. నార్మల్గా ఒక యాప్ డెవలపర్ దగ్గరికి పోయి మనము ఇప్పటికే చాలా మంది చెప్పారు చాలా యూట్యూబ్ ఛానల్స్ ఉన్నాయని. మనం మాట్లాడి అందరిని ఒక దగ్గర తీసుకొచ్చి ఎల్కేజీ నుంచి పీజీ దాకా మనం ఫ్రీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇప్పించచ్చు. అప్పుడు జరగచ్చు అది.
I'm asking your plan of action, and could you please be a little specific as to whom are we going to reach out to and what's going to be the budget and how is HYA going to help us in this very project? Little specific.
ఇది ఎట్లాంటి మనుషులకంటే స్కూల్స్కి కాలేజెస్కి చాలా దూరంగా ఉండి వాళ్ళకి చదువుకోవాలనే ఆసక్తి ఉన్నప్పుడు మనం వాళ్ళకి ఆన్లైన్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయొచ్చు. బడ్జెట్ ఏమవుతుందంటే ఒక యాప్ డెవలప్ చేసేయడానికి, యాప్ క్రియేట్ చేయడానికి, యాప్ ఎందుకు యూట్యూబ్లో పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, ఒక ఛానల్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు.
Did you work on the target audience? Who was target audience? Any survey on that?
ఇంకా ఏం వర్క్ చేయలేదు, జస్ట్ ఐడియా చెప్తున్నాను నేను.
Thank you. Thanks for your participation. Hope you work on the plan of action made backwards. Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Extreme left towards back.
Thank you for acknowledging, Chief. My idea is క్వాలిటీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అందరం మాట్లాడుతున్నాం, కానీ ఇప్పుడు ఉన్న దాంట్లో క్వాలిటీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అనేది లేదు. నా ఐడియా ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు విలేజెస్లో చాలామంది పిల్లలు గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్ అని ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్స్ పంపించాలని ఉంటుంది పేరెంట్స్కి, కానీ మనీ వాళ్ళ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వల్ల వాళ్ళు పంపించలేరు. అదే గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్కి వెళ్దామంటే గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్లో లెక్చరర్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఉన్నారు, లేరన్నట్టు. కానీ వాళ్ళు ఎలా ఉన్నారంటే ఇప్పుడు వీళ్ళకి ఏం చెప్తాంలే అన్నట్టుంది. లైక్ వీ హ్యావ్ టేకప్ అన్ ఇనిషియేటివ్ దట్ మనం వాళ్ళకి ఎష్యూరెన్స్ మన దాంట్లో నుంచి కొంతమంది వెళ్ళి సర్వే చేసి అలాంటి స్కూల్స్ కాలేజెస్ ఏమైనా ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి మనం హెల్ప్ చేయాలి. అంటే డిజిటల్ క్లాస్ కానీ లైక్ నెక్స్ట్ quality education అంటే ఓన్లీ ఎడ్యుకేషనే కాదు, లైక్
Sorry to interrupt you, but we have discussed regarding the digital classrooms already. If you have anything other than that, please propose that.
Yes, one of our co-delegate also tell us about the sports also. Why should we do not motivate the government school children to all the in all possibilities, not only education.
So you've been providing sports kits to these parents?
Yeah, as well as education. We have to tell them the basics.
Understood. What's the support? Saket?
Thank you for acknowledging the chair. My delegate said as sports kit donation. So when sports means quality education means to get the job or to settle in the life, we have to study. In the sports also they have a lot of jobs like sports quota jobs and etc. Railway sports quota jobs. So when we implement that like sports kits to government schools, so many members are saying that cities are born from the villages. So when we give the quality education or quality all forms of education or something sports to the villages, then the cities also will be developed and this quality education will be developed.
Thank you. I would like to add a point here. Playing sports doesn't really give you a privilege, especially for reservations and all on social aspect, but also keep you mentally, physically fit. That's very important. Yeah. Any more supports? Points of support? Okay, we'll move to the contradiction. Points of contradiction? Side street.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. Everyone's talking about sports, but there are many schools without proper grounds or proper physical training. So I would like to propose a project about building or constructing grounds or sports and with better PT teachers and better physical and training exercises.
Could you summarize your project in the one line?
To build better grounds and better training.
How do you build grounds?
In an area.
You mean cleaning up the grounds and making them as playgrounds?
Like playgrounds to play and take part in sports.
Okay. Maybe the delegate might be having confusion, but maybe his point might be cleaning up the land and making for playgrounds, right?
Yeah, but many schools don't have grounds and students are not.
Okay, how do you address this issue?
Sorry.
How do you address this issue? What you being as an
to get better education, we have to be mentally fit. So sports and better training exercises makes them easy to study.
Fine. Any new motions on the floor? We'll go extreme to bright, Meda.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I think we've been always talking about the quality education, sports and games, but did we ever realize that the human skills, like maybe the legal knowledge that we need for the everyday life to lead it well, and we might also need, there is a skill something called swimming, and there is something called, you need to learn how to drive a vehicle. So these are the basic skills that you need to know. You need to know what a CPR is. That's a medical knowledge. I think these basic skills has to also be implemented apart from the theory or the practical kind of education.
Could you please summarize in your mind?
Okay, so I did not actually mean like teaching students how to drive a vehicle or something, but the medical education, something like a CPR when there's an emergency, when there's a need, or if a kid is drowning, where there's no chance of saving a person. So maybe teachable skill like swimming or maybe diving is very important in the places of need.
Fine, understood.
Thank you, sir.
Points of support? Number towards my right.
Firstly, I would like to thank the Chief for the acknowledging me. So, in addition to the basic skills such as CPR, I would also like to suggest for the mental health and sex education workshops. Sex education has been lacking in the society, and I feel it is very important to make awareness.
I think that we can address in the motion, maybe. Yeah. Any points of contradiction? Tulsi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my co-delegate has mentioned, CPR can be taught, but CPR isn't a skill which can be taught to students, or it's dangerous. As per my knowledge, CPR is dangerous because there are chances that.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I think if we don't take any action when the person is dying, it is really disappointing, I think. So I think we should take some actions. We have to have that skill. I think it is important to learn those skills. Thank you.
A little request, when a delegate is presenting the point of contradiction or support, we request the entire house to first listen and then, express your views or express your gestures however you want to do it. But
some of the training sessions are inclined towards a particular field. Some of the training sessions are inclined towards a particular field, I think leadership is a unanimous skill that's necessary in all fields, and it helps people to dream bigger, just instead of like pursuing education. Imagine how, like looking at the current trend, at how Indians have taken over various MNCs. I think it's important for everybody to be encouraged to do so. Like instead of producing those 5 people, if we all produce like thousands from our country, I think it will help in growing the economy better. So.
Points of support. Points of support. Conducting leadership workshops in schools. Contradiction. Any emotion on the floor? Strike a second last person.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Everyone here is talking about quality education, academically, science, social, math. You all are talking about subjects, but have you ever thought that educating about yourself is more than important? Just like you said, one of my co-delegates has spoken about mental health. Student life is an age wherein you learn about sexuality. In 2016, there were estimated 793 suicide deaths worldwide, representing an annual global age standardized suicide rate of 10.5% per 10 lakh people, and the age group was between 15 to 29. Half of the students don't even know what their gender identity is. They're lost, they don't know. I want HYA in support of Street Cause Pride to go to the schools, not just in urban areas, but also in rural areas where this concept of LGBTQ is not even accepted. Like they don't even speak for themselves, because there are only 2 genders in rural areas. They don't even know what the third gender is, and half of the students are unaware of the fact that they're not the same like us. They don't even know what they want, and half of them can't speak for themselves in the time. And in addition to this, I want to add that education should not just restricted to certain skills like dancing, singing. Also other skills like local skills like shoemaking and to learn about medicinal plants. There is a tribe called Chenchus, which are in the road in the way of Sri Salem, wherein these are people have specialized.
I'm sorry, I'm having to interrupt you, but this motion will come under gender equality and not quality education.
Okay, the second one, which in regard to Chenchus, wherein the tribal people will have the knowledge. There are only few remained tribals who have the knowledge of medicinal plants and the extinction. So these people will also get employment. At the same time, students will have a real time learning about the medicinal plants. These are the only tribes who live with animals and tigers, especially in medicinal plants. So it's not education should not just restricted to professional teachers and these certified professionals. Even tribal people should give me a chance. Thank you.
Could you summarize your motion in one line, please?
Okay. So the teachers and the education providers should not just be restricted to certified professional MBA graduates. Even the local people who have a really great knowledge but are not given a platform, like tribals, migrant workers who have a lot of knowledge. If you see Gucci, Prada, all of these people, they hire local workers. So even students with those skills like shoemaking and they have interest in medicinal plants, but they don't know where to start because they can't go to some big research center and learn.
Again, I'm sorry, but that's still coming out as a thought, but not as a project that can be executed. So would you like to, summarize your project idea in a very, feasible manner which can be executed in reality, not a thought?
So it's tribal people and the local workers should give them an opportunity to teach students in the rural schools and in urban schools, not just by paying them, but also giving an opportunity even if they don't have qualification.
I would like to ask a question to delegate that how do the HYI role as a could fit into the role and work on this project? What would be a role will look like?
So HYA is in connection with a lot of rural schools. They provide digital they set up digital TVs and they provide water and quality. They provide books, stationery. So you have a connection on a lot of schools, and all of these are in rural places. And these tribal people can communicate really well, and the local workers in general can communicate really well. So HYA will be the connecting bridge between the locals and the students. So your project idea is to encourage the tribal population who are into proper skilled work to come out and teach the other students. Is that what your idea is?
Yeah. Not just the tribals, but also the really local, like shoemaking people.
Correct. You mean the rural artisans, tribal skilled people and all of them. Alright, got it. So believing everyone's understood the motion, the project idea, any points of support? Adarsh.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. So, I think the member has suggested to educate people regarding the local medicines and the medication that tribal people use and other skills which they have. They can teach other people for medication and other purposes. We can help them, help the tribal people to use their skill to make their livelihood. We can kind of an awareness session for that. I think that's the motion. It's a good one. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Pravalika.
Thank you for that motion, Chair. So I think most of the organizations or schools that facilitate education to the mentally disabled students still use like a lot of traditional practices that I think has a lot of limitations. But I believe with the current technology, there's no one who's incapable of like studying and growing. So I think we should capitalize on that technology that's already launched in the market and provide advanced teaching aids to such students and such schools. And I think in future we can also understand the career prospects that these students who still are mentally retarded or but still has access to education or such quality education can actually go somewhere in the future, and we can actually look for career prospects for such students. So this is the motion that I would like to propose.
Got the thought, but can you summarize it in one line, please?
Providing technical or advanced technical aids to schools that provide teaching facilities to mentally retarded students.
Thank you. Any support? Any point of support to the motion? Last year.
Thank you for acknowledging me, the chair. I would like to support my co-delegate because mentally retarded people faces many challenges while they are studying. Now the technology has improved a lot that they can have the sense of education. So I would like to support them.
Point of conviction. Member to the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. It is a good thought, but I don't think we as HY can do it because I don't know if you know or not, but it is really costly to provide such aids to mentally challenged people. I've seen closely. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction to that? Yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you for acknowledging me, the chair. I personally saw a person, mentally retarded person, who's really educated and got an award from the President and Prime Minister also. So I don't think it's that hard if we try.
Alright, thank you. Any new motions on the floor? The member to the right middle row at the end. Yeah.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think the quality of education is getting better day by day, but the one thing not everyone is focusing on is how the students will express their ideas and thoughts. Not everyone have the confidence and skills to express their thoughts in front of everyone like a public gathering. So I think that we should set up workshops where students who are in need can gain that confidence and efficient and professional communication skills too.
So we've already covered a motion which says teaching soft skills in government schools. Is it the same?
No. Actually, it's different. Soft skills are based on technical stuff, but here what I'm saying is it's all about communication. So communicating with each other, like when we go to our jobs and all, it is really important that we communicate it in an efficient way, right?
Do you mean sessions on interpersonal skills?
Yes.
Okay. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Alright. Any new motions on the floor? Vanilla.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to include one more in detail. Like if we implement some meditation classes in government schools and all, so that it's of very low budget and it makes like meditation may help children to concentrate more and helps in developing their quality of education, self-development, much impact and long-run impact too. And it helps in a long run too, and with a very low budget.
Thank you, Delegate, but I have a slight question to you. We can do workshops on a daily basis, but how do you ensure this in a regular long-term period in government schools especially?
We can speak to the management and ensure that it's implemented daily in the early morning, like at the beginning of the classes, just for 10 minutes, and it helps them to like.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, for improving good and quality education, not only by creating workshops and some other things, the students should also have some good environment to learn the education, to get knowledge. So, in many rural areas, in many schools, there are no benches to sit, even to sit and learn, and there is also no electrical facility in the schools. So we can provide some benches like in the primary schools. So I suggest this.
So are you saying providing benches in government schools?
Yeah, also the electrical facility in government schools.
What facility? I'm sorry.
Electrical facility, like giving some tube lights, fans, so that the children can learn. They can get some good environment to learn.
So, any points of support? Member towards my extreme right. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I totally agree with my co-delegate, and I would like to add a point to that. We can set up a big light or something like that, which covers a long area where light can pass instead of giving tube lights. If we give tube lights and all, we have to give it to many institutes or something like that. Instead, we can create a lamp or something which covers a long distance, something like that. Thank you. Could you please summarize that? Instead of providing tube lights and bulbs, a big lamp or something like this, the other thing, so that to the institutes, like not exactly this, but then something which has more bright to it. Has more bright to it, like everyone can, it's visible what they are doing and all. Understood. Thank you. Minister said from India Reddy, new motion. Could you please propose the idea?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My new motion is that they are dying artistry, like example Nirmal Nakash, art of Telangana, and other animals which are almost dead now are going to die. What we can do is what to say? These arts to this generation, so exposing these arts to this generation by just taking the artists to the schools and saying what this art is about and the culture behind it, so that the art can continue in the future. Which kids who are interested or students interested can actually learn the skills from the artist and continue the art further.
So you mean taking kids or students to art galleries or meeting up with artists to ensure the
No, I'm talking about the arts that are dying. Basically, in Telangana example, Nirmal Prakash is type of art which is dying. Basically, nobody is going to practice it any further. So,
Understood. Thank you. Any motion on the floor? The very last one. It has to be the most unique one. And please raise the placard. Who didn't get the opportunity till now? Shloka?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My motion is today, as the world is moving forward, internet has become a huge part of our life, and about I think 30% or 35% of government schools today still don't have computer labs in them, or even if they have computers, they're outdated and they don't have the basic softwares or facilities in it. So my motion is to set up at least two or three good working computers with softwares in them. These help us, learn the basic skills that we need tomorrow, such as Word and stuff. These are really important for us. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Points of support? Isha.
Megha, could you please pass the mic on to Innovation?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my co-delegate just suggested that we provide government schools with computer labs, basically digitalization in terms of computers and everything. So, we actually have a sponsor, Pallavi, and they are almost present in a lot of areas. We could take them every Saturday to Pallavi schools and take their computer labs for a few hours, and the students can actually go there and do whatever they want to learn on the computers in the computer lab at Pallavi instead of we spending money on that again. So that is a motion that I wanted to suggest.
Any points of support? Shruti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yeah, there are a lot of cases where we might need education with immediate effect. So I agree with my co-delegate Isha when she said we can reach out to our sponsor, Pallavi Model School, for the same. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Shruti. We'd like to take one last motion from Suleiman.
Before you start, I would like to request if your motion was not been addressed here, please send it to the chair table. We'll acknowledge it and we'll add it to the list.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. So basically, the quality education starts from school. So when we look students belonging to class 2 and grade 2 and grade 3, so student doesn't have basics in maths and English, and if they don't have basic English and math arithmetics, so they can't go further where they can't learn other subjects. So looking into the schools in rural areas and old cities, many schools are not able to provide quality education. It's because they are not getting qualified teachers. So keeping this in mind, I have an idea of providing school qualified students from bachelor degrees who are into their third year and final year, or even the one who have completed their bachelor's degree, to give their 2 cent word to the students to help them have their quality education in the school. We can also provide them some fun activity books where they will enjoy doing it rather than doing a regular boring subject books. In this project, not just school students will be benefited, but also the volunteers who are going to the school will be benefited out of this. They will also have a new experience of teaching to students and making their base in English and math strong. And also we will request the school principal where we are working to provide them the certificates of their work for recognizing their work, and which will add value to their resumes.
Got it. Thank you. Yes, so Suleiman and the entire house, I would like to let you know that one of our sponsors of RFC 8 Pallavi Model Schools have come with the same idea, each one. So even they are with the same proposal that they want volunteers who can go out and teach students in say slum areas or government schools. And they would, yes, definitely provide certificates and volunteering recognition would be given to them. So it's the same idea that our sponsor Pallavi Model School has asked us, the entire street girls Hyderabad, to take forward. So it's already happening. Thank you so much, Suleiman. Yes, so we're done with the motions for goal 2, quality education, and now we'd like to go ahead with voting. If you still have more motions, we request you to send it through chits, but we will not be taking all the motions anymore. So,
yeah, first motion. Collaboration with esteemed people for career guidance to support students. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Provide informative books to schools and to government students. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Provide stationary produced waste material out of it and give it for productive work. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Setting up digital classrooms in government schools. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Implementation of vocational courses, training in rural areas. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Provide equipment to set up science labs in government schools or colleges. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Teaching soft skills in government schools. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Mental awareness sessions in government schools and colleges. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Provide sports kits to the government schools and colleges. With the motion. Against the motion. With the motion. Motion passed. Provide life skill sessions to government schools and colleges. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Sessions on sexual education and mental health. With the motion. Motion passed. Workshop on leadership training. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Encourage tribal and rural artisans to come out and teach the students out there. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Provide better technical equipment to homes supporting specially disabled children. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion passed. Interpersonal skills workshop in schools. With the motion. Motion not passed. Webinars on scholarships. With the motion. Webinars on scholarships. With the motions. Against the motion. Motion passed. Conducting meditation classes in government schools. With the motion. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Adopt classes in government schools and teach life skills. With the motions. Against the motion. Motion not passed. Improve infrastructure in government schools by constructing lighting, construction and all. With the motion. Motion passed. Self-defense classes to women and children in government schools. With the motion. Motion passed. Setting up computer labs in government schools and colleges. With the motion. Motion passed. That's it. We're done with session 2. And now the house is adjourned for lunch.
We request all the delegates to move row-wise, not crowd too much outside and not create any chaos in the hall. And we request the OC to accompany all the delegates. Thank you so much. And also please return by 1:10. The lunch break is from 12:30 to 1:10. Please be here by 1:10.
Please be seated until the OC
lot with pollution. Even the government is facing a lot of difficulties to control that pollution. So now it's our time to save our city and our state, India also. Thank you.
I would like this moment to acknowledge the presence of our dear esteemed alumni, Akshit, the Associate President of the Executive Board, the Associate President, Annual Relations Fed 2024, Tushar, the Vision 2030 Panel Member, and the Associate President for 2018 to 2019, Srita, the Finance Head of the Executive Board of State for Hyderabad for 21-2020, Nihar, the Sport with HYA Health. We would like to invite the chief guest for today, the second chief guest for today, Sri Ajay Mishra. He will be entering the hall in a while, so let us be patient for like 2 minutes. We welcome Sri Ajay Mishra, IAS Telangana 1984, the former Special Chief Secretary, Energy Department, Government of Telangana. I request you all to stand up and give a cross-word. The Director General for Renewable Energy Society of India, RESI. He has done an education in MA Politics in 1982 and M Philosophy in International Politics 1984 from Jawaharlal Nehru University of New Delhi. He joined Indian Administrative Service in 1984, Andhra Pradesh Court. Worked on deputation to United Nations in Kosovo as Civil Affairs Officer, mostly as Municipal Administrator between November 1990 to December 2005. From 2006 to 2014, managed Transport, Rural Water Supply, Information Technology, Home, Infrastructure and Investment, and Higher Education Department in Andhra Pradesh as Commissioner, Secretary, Principal Secretary to the Government. Active in non-government organizations in Hyderabad, working for arts and culture promotion and cancer awareness. Presently, Honi is advisor to the Energy Subcommittee of the Federation of Telangana Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Hyderabad. We welcome you, sir, and we would like to ask you to speak a few words, please.
Yes. Any new motions on the floor? The first member on my right.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. My motion is providing the room heaters in the old age homes and orphanages. Like they are very price affordable and they are safety and small in size. I think providing feeders is not so useful than this. Thank you.
Any points of support? Yes, Srinath.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, is it that heaters also will provide and okay, that heaters also will make them comfortable to sleep. In the night time, they can't survive without the heaters.
Right. Any points of contradiction? Yes, the member on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Heaters or air conditioners are a big factors of harmful gases which will affect the climate and for globalization.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, Krishna, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Heaters or any kind of device that radiates heat is basically limited for the specific amount of area itself. But sweaters, as my co-delegate said, that they might not be as effective as heaters. But what will the person do when he moves outside that specific amount of space and he needs heat and he needs to get out and get something? For example, some sort of groceries and it's cold outside, so we can't exactly carry a heater along. So sweaters are a better example than heaters. Thanks for the
Thank you so much. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, Sahiti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to propose a motion that goes, we can visit small-scale factories and replace their power source with solar panels. So power sources usually generate a lot of pollution, I would say, and they're not really ideal for future generations. So planting solar panels in these small-scale factories or schools or orphanages as well will be a great model. Thank you.
Sure, yes, yes.
On the earlier resolution or proposal, I'll call it, my vocabulary will be different from what your vocabulary is. The heater versus sweater this thing, or the air conditioning this thing. One point which you can all consider is, when we get used to heaters or air conditioners, our flexibility in terms of comfort or tolerating the temperature becomes less. Most of us, including organizations, what do they propose? The temperature should be, say, 25 degrees if it is less energy is to be consumed. That means the energy is being consumed by the whatever equipment there to have the temperature of that small space as 25. Otherwise, normally, historically, our body is accustomed to be comfortable or tolerating the temperature between 20 to say 30 degrees. Less than 20, you will need sweaters. More than 30, you will be uncomfortable. So by relying or by conditioning yourself more to these equipments, we minimize, lessen our flexibility of tolerating the normalized temperature, I will put it. See, there is no normal temperature. So, and then the amount of energy which we use to have exactly that 25, which is not necessary, because except for sponsored studies, nowhere it is established that our productivity, effectivity of working is maximum at 25 or 27 or 23. It can be, the range can be easily 5 to 10 degrees. So, how to put it in a different way, if we always drink bottled water, and the next day when we drink tap water, we will feel uneasy and we may have some medical or health complications. So similarly, if we rely on temperature control, our toleration limit of the body gets less. And the harmful effects to the environment of temperature control have been elaborated by 2-3 of the participants here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any points of support to the motion passed by Sahiti? Yes, the member on my left. OC, could you please pass the mic?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I support Sahiti as she said the solar lights can be installed in the industry as it can also reduce the global warming in the climate. And I feel that we can also put the solar lights in the streets in the rural areas. Addition on that.
Thank you so much. Any points of contradiction? Yes, you may go on.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I think that the initial cost of installation is going to be really high for solar panels, and they do not completely provide the energy needed to run the factories or the rural areas. So this is not a motion that can be implemented by HYA.
Sahiti, would you like to answer your co-delegate?
Yeah, so personally, I'm sure many of you are aware that solar panels are a one-time investment. So instead of paying your electricity bills for 10 or 20 years, you can install your panels for once. It's a one-time investment. So it doesn't really need a lot of maintenance as well. So I think it will be a great alternative for your regular power sources.
Would you like to continue?
Thank you for acknowledging me. I think it doesn't work all year round. Solar energy fluctuates depending on the climate change. In summers, you would get enough energy maybe, but in winters, you won't. And also, this is something that we're speaking that we can implement as students, as the Hyderabad Assembly with the funds that we have. I don't think it would be possible in the amount that
I would like to add a point here that Hyderabad Youth Assembly in the past has taken up projects that included setting up solar streetlights in tribal hamlets in a lot of rural areas.
Yes. None of the two should take what I am saying as against any one of you. But this city, Hyderabad, you can look up the numbers on the internet. This city has the maximum number of LED lights, first thing, LED lights, which are an improvement on the efficiency level. This state, I had some role to play a few years back, produces more than 3,500 megawatt of solar energy, 3,500 megawatt. Part of the reason why today, compared to 8 years back in 2014 beginning, this state used to have power cuts, minimum 6 to 7 hours. Today, partly because of this 3,500 megawatt of energy which is produced by solar panels, 99% of the time, even today, 24/7 electricity is provided to the residents here because of solar. In Hyderabad city, 200 megawatt plus. Say, you all can imagine that when I say 1 megawatt, how much it is. For example, one bulb will be consuming about 20 to 30 kilowatts. Say, no, 20 watts in about 1 hour. So then, megawatt. So see, that is the range. So 200 megawatts worth of solar panels have been installed in Hyderabad city during the last 5 to 6 years, and they are producing electricity, and the citizens are getting full benefit of that. Cost-wise, welcome. I'll be giving a generalized thumb rule number game. The electricity which is coming here through the government grid costs this hotel approximately 9 to 10 rupees per unit. When you install a solar system, I'll say, the panel, the inverter and a meter, then you get electricity approximately at the rate of between 5 to 6 rupees per unit. As she said, it's not reliable solar energy. Yes. Solar energy will only be produced when sunshine is there. When rains or night time, it won't be there. But then till the time it is there. And overall, it is excellent investment for money. Only some concerns are there, which have not been mentioned. That's why I told. The concerns are, after 20 to 25 years, what do you do with the panel? Panel consists of various chemical components. What do you do of the battery? Because many places people use battery to store the solar energy and then it is used in the homes. There, research is going on, and because solar energy in our place is only about 5 to 10 years old, and the panels will go at least for 25 to 30 years. So by that time, most of the panels can be recycled into 90% plus utility items. 90% of the material of the panels can be utilized further. So solar panels should not be rejected. The only thing is how it is to be combined with other forms of energy when solar is not there. That will be a better question. That will be a better discussion among all of you for the energy needs. Green energy needs, I will put it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any new motions on the floor? Okay, before that we have an alumni acknowledgement.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Avinash from the Chief Executive Board of 2122, HR and Building Maintenance and Associate President. Thank you, Avinash, for being here.
Yes, thank you, Afra. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, the member on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as we all know that plastic bags are non-biodegradable and they take years to decompose. So, my project is that we can survey and target the nearby shops or the medical stores, those who use plastic bags. So, we can provide them with the paper bags, and it will be really good for the environment because paper bags are biodegradable and recyclable.
So in one line, your motion is to provide paper bags in the stores nearby.
General stores and medical stores.
Okay. Points of contradiction? Yes, the member on my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As I don't agree with her statement, because already our nation has decided to take cloth bags and paper bags all over India, and we have came into already it is came into working, so I don't agree with her statement. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, the one in the center.
acknowledging me this year. So giving paper bags to the shops or medical stores is not a permanent solution. Like we can't give in a large, like we can give a large amount, but it won't work for the whole, like for a year like that. So it is a temporary solution. It's not a permanent solution to change the climate. Actually, thank you.
Thank you. Any points of support? No points of support? Yes, Veda.
I think I partially agree to it. I'm sorry. I thank Chair for acknowledging me. I agree with my co-delegate.
Veda, you missed it since you did not acknowledge the chair. Thank you so much. Yes. Any new motions on the floor? The member on my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As we all know, sanitary pads are harmful for the environment, and on replacement of this, thank you.
Yes, I hear a lot of contradiction. Any points of contradiction? Yes, Isha.
So, it is true that, I'm sorry.
You're listed on Isha. Any points of contradiction? America.
I would like to thank the chair for acknowledging me. I think the intention is pure and right, but the fact is that not a lot of people know how to actually use them. Well, in America and all, I think it's a practice since childhood to use tampons and menstrual cups as a solution. But I think there's a need for spreading awareness as to how to use them in the first place and also encouraging them to use it in India.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, Shrihita.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to contradict what the co-delegate was saying here. Menstrual cups are not biodegradable either. So there are some things that we cannot avoid. There is some part of wastage that we cannot avoid. We cannot eliminate it entirely, but we can reduce it. And there are biodegradable pads that are available. There are a lot of startups that have invested a lot into making biodegradable pads.
Any points of support? Yes, you will go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to add and support my co-delegate. There is this brand called Suvidha, which is sanctioned by the central government, which produces cotton pads just for ₹1. And it is really affordable, and it is not available in the market just because these massive commercial brands have overpowered this small startup. So there is never a complete replacement to this pads. But then it's just that you promote and bring up the small startups who just produce really organic and biodegradable sanitary pads.
Yes, I do hear a contradiction. Points of contradiction, please. Shruti.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegates have mentioned that there is some part of waste that we can't avoid, but menstrual cups are good for the environment because they reduce waste and support the UN Sustainable Development Goal, and which is clean water and sanitation. And in regards with that, I would also like to highlight a project which is taken up by Streetcars INR, Innovation and Research, on menstrual cups, and 2 of our divisions are also taking up this project. So my idea of project would be that if HYA could collaborate with INR or could go on surveys for the same, then this would be a good project.
Thank you so much, Shruti. Any new motions on the floor? Sure, sure, sir.
I would like to intervene on the previous subject of plastic bag. See, the question or the proposal should be more widespread, not only limited to plastic bags. The terminology is one-time use plastic, which means like paper, plastic cups, plastic glasses, straws of plastic, which are used once and then discarded, including bottles also. Here, one of the, orally on public platform, I was also present, I think 5 years back in this city. I will not name the politicians. I was also supposed to be implementing that one-time plastic use items will be phased away in next 2 years. Those years have already passed by. Because there are arguments which have not been mentioned here, so that's why I'm mentioning. When we decide to ban, for example, plastic bags, what is the alternative which is provided to the industries where manpower and money is being pumped into to make plastic bags? There are some technicalities that plastic bags above or below a certain micron, that is the of plastic, that should be banned, not more. Similarly, when we say that plastic bottled water should be discouraged, how many of us start from our homes with water for at least few hours of our consumption? I'm just saying. No. I acknowledge. See, you may be doing it, but then I rarely do it. See, but then see, what people like me do is we have bottle in the vehicle always. I don't carry it. So how many of us are in the habit of carrying their own non-plastic bottled water from home? First. Second, how many of us do carry some kind of a non-plastic bag if you have to shop in an unplanned manner something, you have to buy something? So if we start that practice, see, supplying it at the shop, someone mentioned, see, I'm not against that, but then that has limited utility. If many of us start carrying non-plastic bags with us, I have in my vehicle, 99%, my wife has it, because many times when you are going 30-40 kilometers, you see something on the roadside, you want to buy it. So those kind of public practices, and it saves money also. So they should, see, the question should be, or the proposal should be addressed in a different way. That is my only advice to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, advice. Any motion on the floor? Tulasi?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The motion I want to propose is construction of composite pits in rural village. As we know, majority of Indian population depends on agriculture. And in the agriculture sector, the most used are fertilizers and pesticides right now. But before these inventions, we used natural composites, and those were not harmful for anyone. And after the creation of pesticides and fertilizers, the soil is getting polluted. After the rain is washing off the soil, the water bodies are polluted and the plants are losing or gaining the properties of the chemicals. And we are not getting true natural products. So through introducing the composite pits, we actually have in our NCERT syllabus about composite pits, but
maybe they are not completely introduced in the rural villages. So encouraging organic farming through this is more beneficial for climate change.
I would like to ask something. Since everybody already knows that rural villages are the places where a lot of agriculture happens and all of that. So why do you think rural villages do not already have the system of compost pits, and how do you think we can install that in a very new way in rural areas?
Actually, maybe before 20 to 30 years, they were using natural compost. The reason for fertilizers and pesticides usage is to get more yield or to shorten the production time. So now we are reducing the production time, but the result is either the farmers are unable to sell the whole product and wasting it. We recently got the news that tomatoes and onions got spoiled. Instead of selling in the market, they were spoiled with the farmers itself. So instead of that, by taking organic farming, we can, they may take a longer time to grow, but we will get a better product, and it secures our health and as well as the health of our planet.
Yeah, to add a point to that, in rural areas we have something called gobar gas, right? You might have heard about
Yes,
it.
that was my second point.
Yeah. So any points of support? Meda?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I agree a bit to my co-delegate about the compost, vermicompost and using it for the using of the plots. Because nowadays most of the things, though they are saying it's an organic farming, we are somehow using the chemicals which are synthetic. So when there's a chance of using the natural manure, there's a chance of educating the farmers or the agriculturists regarding this. There's a more scope of protecting the environment, protecting the land, which is basically from the soils, and also the water. When there's a rain, there wouldn't be much chance for the affecting of the marine life or any other animals around. So there's a chance of protecting the flora and the fauna nearby.
Thank you. Any points of support?
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think it's a fantastic idea, and in fact, if this same idea can be done in collaboration with the city, like if we connect supermarket chains to providing all the vegetables and stuff that are not sold, and that can be used as compost in villages. So indirectly, we are collaborating the entire city and the villages together to make agriculture better.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction? Adarsh.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So I would like to contradict this motion. The reason is, my first question is, if there is a chance of, as the Chair mentioned, this practice has been happening in villages. They are maintaining a compost pit, they have collect all the cattle waste, and they have been doing that, first thing. And second thing is, if we want to conduct an awareness program and do compost pits, how much compost we can generate so that it would convert into fertilizer? There is no chance. First of all, previously, before 20 or 30 years, every farmer would have at least 20 to 30 cattle in his house. But now, no farmer is having cattle. They just have one or two. That's the major problem. So most of the fertilizer for paddy fields come from cattle. So if there is no cattle, there is no use of we conducting an awareness program for compost.
Would you like to answer that? Would you like to answer that? Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So as the co-delegate told about, there is less scope of cattle, or there's a less scope of gobar or the collection of dung from the animals of the cattle. But partially we can say that there are very less farmers who are using the cattle to grow for their crops and actually using the dung and recycling the waste and all.
but we also look at the small farmers and those who are actually working in the agricultural lands. When we are exposed to the chemicals, there is much chances of biomagnification, and there are much chances that that kind of diseases would be spread across, and that would be like a communicable diseases, or the genetic variation might also spread out to their other generations. And also when we talk about the animals around or the kind of soil that we are growing in, there is much chances of land pollution, water pollution, and sort of air pollution too. So I think we should also, along with the modern technologies and the modern solution, we should also focus on traditional knowledge where there's a scope of increasing and developing the agricultural science. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We received a chip from Srijesh. Could you please propose your motion?
Yes, on this subject I have something to say. 5 days back, I was in a place 2,500 kilometers from here, in a valley, in Arunachal Pradesh, where rice cultivation is being done in few hundred acres of land. In the total valley, it has about 1,000 villages. But those villages are much smaller. The total population of that valley is, I think, about 15 to 20,000, not more, including these villages. They do not use any fertilizer. They do not use any fertilizer for paddy cultivation. They do not use any implements, even small ones. I have seen personally 2 days while walking around those villages as a part of tourism. The ladies do all the work, most of the ladies, because 90% ladies work on the fields for different reasons. They do the work with their hands, including like digging the soil and putting it on the bund, these small operations. But then, as someone pointed out, there the paddy is organic. It takes about 6 months as against 3 to 4 months, which is a normal time here with fertilizers and implements. As a result, they are able to take only one crop in a year. Because one crop, because of it's very cold there, so paddy cannot be cultivated in the balance 6 months. So there are pluses and minuses. I will have one more question to many of you. How many of you can tell how many shops organic vegetables are sold here in Hyderabad city? Vegetables I am talking. Stores. No response, but then I know at least one shop from where I have purchased organic products. It is in Jubilee Hills. So it's not in some old city part or something. And the vegetables and the grains are costly. That's the point which I am coming to. How many of us will be willing to pay 20-30% more for an organic product? First is the convenience of the farmer in using fertilizers and implements to get more return. Then how many of us will be willing to pay 20-30-40% more for an organic product? See, then only we will know where it is being sold. Otherwise, I know it by chance. By chance means my daughter is also into whatever environment, organic, see those interests. So she told me, one shop there. Third, about turning the things into manure. Today, machines are available where 10 kg, 20 kg, as small as that, kitchen waste, I say, can be converted into manure. In my house, which doesn't have a lawn, which has only rooftop pots, the total kitchen waste, none of it is thrown outside. My wife handles it, how she handles it, I don't know the details. The details I can go, but I won't be able to answer the supplementaries for that. Like if some fruit is peeled, the skin of it, so that is not thrown. that is collected and then it is converted into some kind of manure. And that goes into the flower pots which are there on the roof. But that takes much more effort. How many of us can devote that much time? One observation, see, that requires few months of reading about this subject before starting it, because things are technical. See, which kind of manure is required for each plant and then what things have to be supplemented. So it's a very complex, resolutions can be there, yes and no, but then how to implement it, the practicalities of that. See, that also one you can go into it as project form or otherwise. Why the farmers don't go for it? Here I think most of us will answer the question depending upon what is published on the net. See, and what we are taught. But then the farmer will have some other answers, which I can't say immediately because I have not interviewed them. Or I will tell one more thing. There is a company, I met them 5 years back. They are into the process of leasing land from the landholders, and they assure that by scientific methods, organic farming, they will increase the yield of the land by at least double in 3 years. Double in 3 years, they claim. And this company is doing it as a startup. Earlier it is into what is called housekeeping and other things, but housekeeping not on a small scale. This company has turnover of 1600 crores in housekeeping all over India. 1600 crores. So they are venturing into this. And in some, how they do it is, first they do a proper soil analysis of the land. Then they will suggest for which kind of crop, what kind of organic manures are required, what quantity per square unit of land. And then you go with whatever plantation you want to do. And in 3 years, and the extra cost for all these things is about 20 to 30%, what the farmer has to spend now. And the result third year will be about 100% more. But then those things are not very well known. And even if known, not implemented for different reasons, which is most of the time it is convenience and traditional convenience. Traditional, I mean last 20 to 30 years, not 100 years back. So try to get this kind of information for projects relating to organic farming. I can give more ideas, but then you can research more on this net. Thank you.
Thank you for insights, sir. We have received a check from Srijesh. Could you please propose your idea?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Yeah, I want to propose a project on cleaning up the beaches and water bodies. So we as a group of HYA, we can plan on a mission / a tour, like to coastal areas or water bodies and clean up the garbage near the coastal areas. Many YouTubers from foreign countries have already done this, cleaning up the beaches and spreading awareness about them. So we as a group, we can clean the water bodies. This would create a huge impact because water bodies are connected to the social life. Thank you.
Could you please summarize the format of the sentence?
We as a group planning on a mission or a tour going to some specific locations and clearing out the garbage.
Cleaning up water.
Yeah.
Anyone to support?
Yeah.
I would definitely support this idea because I have seen many water bodies which are just filled with garbage. If we clean up those areas, that would create a cooler temperature around, that would increase the global temperature of the earth, that would prevent the alteration in the climate change. So that's a very great idea.
Any more 1.4. Contradiction? Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The main idea is to clean beach. First of all, I want to let you know the size of the beach, okay? The size of the beach area is not something a park which you can clean easily, right? Obviously, the beach is coastal area, and you going to coastal area is something, and there's no beach in Hyderabad, obviously. In Vizag, there's a beach. So from Hyderabad to Vizag, you go just to clean the entire beach. That is not practically possible also. Whenever you want to do some project, obviously we need to think in practical perspective also. So this is a major contradiction I want to pose.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction more? Number 2 points might strike.
I would like to thank the chair for acknowledging me. Not only going to the beaches and cleaning the beaches, we can go to the nearby rivers, lakes, and we can clean them so that we can use the water from rivers and lakes for daily purposes, not only to the beaches which are far away from us.
Thank you. And we have received a check from Sai Revan. Could you please propose your motion?
Thank you for acknowledging, Chief. My idea is, you all know that on Japan, road extension is there. In that area, any tree or any plant is there. They are doing one thing. From roots they can reach a plant. And
what is the budget of the project?
Budget means,
what will be the expectations of the amount that will be invested to execute the project?
I have an idea, but I have
It is not really practically possible for HY members to do in the next 3 months. So yeah, not really.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Pravalika. Yeah, one more proposal.
No, just 1 minute. I'll suggest a more difficult option to all of you. One time cleaning of beaches, riverbeds, public places is a laudable activity. There are some YouTubes, some stories about people who have actually done it. And they are doing it on a continuous basis. My observation is a more difficult task of public awareness to a level where this kind of nuisance by us is minimized. When I say minimized, we have to start from ourselves, from our families, from the kids in our house, in the neighborhood. And I'll tell you an incident of 30 years back, not in any European country or US, but in one of the Southeast Asian countries. I was there. Some program was there, so sweets were distributed. I saw a 4-year-old kid running 50 meters and then throwing the wrappers in the basket. See, so that kind of discipline, that kind of training has been inculcated in the child from the beginning. So, one-time cleaning and all that is laudable, I'm not against that. But if projects can be taken up of awareness and finally leading into implementation, where the society itself area is kept clean, and then will come public places. So public places, the question of discipline, fines, etc. comes, but that is of limited use. So how we are able to have an awareness where people do not dirty the public places? That is more important. And then the cleaning exercise becomes much more simpler. So that is my suggestion to all of you. Thank you.
I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the presence of Charit, Associate President 2018-19, former Chairperson for SY Season 9. Thank you for meeting me, Charit. I also acknowledge the presence of Akshit, Associate President 21-22, Audits and Project Quality Head, Alumni Association core team member for 2020. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Nihal, Vice President Division Expansion, Policy Governance
Any of the new motions? Let's go with the motion. Number to the last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my idea is to promote vertical gardens. So it's gonna help reduce the pollution and also is advantage to, it occupies less space. And we can do this by campaigning and giving away small plants to everyone, every household.
You meant distributing the saplings to the households?
Yep.
Any bunch of support? Last year?
Thank you for acknowledging me, the chair. I support her and I would like to add something to her. Along with the vertical gardens, we can even go with the hydroponic farming, which reduces the soil.
Sounds like an as a new motion, but yeah, thanks. Any more points of support? Member goes by straight last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I actually want to add a point to her. So while we are distributing saplings, we can actually provide a compartment on the pot where we can have a blank space where we can write the names of the people whom we are giving to. So they'll feel emotionally attached and they'll be working towards the growth of the plant. They'll check it every day and they'll see through that it will not die. Thank you.
Thank you. Any points of contradiction?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, sir. Yeah, as my fellow delegate said that, making vertical gardens, there are sufficient gardens in Hyderabad right now, and there are like many plants or plant life near the main roads, in between the roads, near the metro stations and many areas. And there are many government programs like Haritahara where they give free samplings. So there is no need to us to give samplings. This is my point.
Thank you. Any motion on the floor?
Before we move to the new motions, I see a lot of people feeling very sleepy, so let's do a little activity. So forget about bringing new motions and raising your placards and us choosing one of you and all of that. How many of you actually think you have a very, very, very unique idea that only HYA will be able to do? A very unique idea.
And no one raised before. Something really unique.
Something that hasn't happened so far.
Avinash?
Avinash.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would request, we all are youth, like the young students or the people for the society. So we guys can actually inculcate the idea of the clean environment or else the clean nature or else everything. Like we can educate the people. Most important thing which we can is we can use the idea of making the things sustainable in way and sustainable development in the daily life.
I will see. About planting of trees and all that. How many of you take care of 10 plants in your house? 10 plants regularly. You take care. Then it's a big number. How are you able to find time? No. I'm just asking because my daughter, who is 30 now, she is not able to find time. She works. She started working 2 years back. She is not able to find time. And many a times we have to, my wife takes care of about 300 plants in the house without lawn. She spends 2 to 3 hours every second day, it's not every day, with 2 people to assist her. 2 people to assist her. And then also, every month, 20-30 plants die, or some pots are broken. And if you are taking care of 10 plants, that's a big thing. And I would suggest some of you do an informal study, because formal study government will not permit for different reasons. Last 8 years, not less than 200 crore saplings have been planted or distributed in this state. 200 crores, I'm saying the number not wrong, you can check. First 1 year, I think it started in 2015, it was 20 crores, after that it is 30 to 40 crores every year. After third year, about 70% of the plants, that is of 30 to 40 crores, are being geotagged also. Those are the official reports. The geotag, which plant is where. After first 2-3 years, there is a special plan, project not in the way you do it, of watering the trees which are planted in the rural areas during the summer months. In some months it will be twice a week, say April, March, February it may be once a week, like that. In the rainy months, no watering. So those things are being done. It is anyone's guess if say 200 crore trees have been planted. This is one of the few states, 4 or 5 states, as per national evaluation, assessment, monitoring, where the green cover has increased. But I am doubtful, and it is not a criticism, whether even 100 crore trees are surviving. My point is different. Even if 30, 40, 50 crores are surviving out of 200, it's a big achievement to make difference to the rural landscape. Some of it we see. So if some of you in your own area means your village or your small town where you frequently go, frequently means once in few months, if you can do a pilot study, how many plants were officially planted there, how many have survived, what are the reasons for this? Not to end there, what are the reasons for their non-survival? And what can be done so that survival rate is much more than what is normally there. So that will be more helpful to have any plantation drive, either vertical farming or hydroponics. They will have different challenges also over and above what is there for the normal plantation. So that is my advice to all of you.
Thank you for your insights, sir. Also, one thing I'd like to request to all the delegates is that when we ask for motions, please raise your placards and we will pick and we'll go ahead with the motions. But if everybody is sending in chits saying, I have a proposal, I have a motion, it gets very difficult to pick only those people and, have motions only by them. So let's not do that. Only when we're done with the session and we still have ideas to discuss, only then let's resort to these chits passing technique. But apart from that, let's stick to having motions only when asked. Thank you.
Yeah, so same to the addition, when you pass the checks, please ensure you put a proposal in the check itself so that we make our entry into the list so that it will not be prolonged process. Right? Now I would like to invite former chairperson Charit Reddy to chair the table. Any motions on the floor? Yes, Srikita.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So when we had COVID during the past couple of years, we've also noticed that there's a lot of waste that was generated, and I'm referring to the masks that we were wearing, the N95s, the cloth masks and all. Especially the N95 ones, they're not biodegradable. And so much waste has piled up throughout the years of the pandemic. So So what I would like to propose is there is a startup that actually collects all of these waste from which is generated from all these masks. They process them and turn them into materials they can use it to build complexes or buildings or anything like that. So they process it in such a way that they can mix it up with the cement and then they can use that for their buildings. So I think this is something HYI can actually do. They can collect mass, they can get in touch with the startup and they can actually contribute to them. That would make their job easier because I don't think they themselves can go to every single place and collect so many masks.
Okay, so where do the members get these masks from? Do you have any particular ideas about that?
Hospitals, colleges, there's so many places they can collect masks from, especially hospitals.
Yeah, sure, hospitals, yeah. But you were talking with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, I know that the mask usage has significantly reduced, but then again, hospitals do have a lot of masks with them. I know that it's a biological hazard, they classify it as a biohazard, but then again, we can still wear enough protection, gloves, other masks, and all of that, and still collect that waste. I feel like we can contribute to their projects.
And what is the startup that you were talking about?
I will have to do a little further research on that, but there is a startup that actually deals with this.
Is it just masks?
Yes, they convert masks into construction material.
Alright, thank you. Any points of support? Yes, Rahul.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I believe that people not only wear masks because of the pandemic, there are so many people having allergies, so they also wear it, so it can be.
Any more points of support? Any points of contradiction? Alright. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member. Yeah, you might see that.
OC, could you please pass the mic?
Thank you for acknowledging me, the chair. I would like to propose a project on the greenhouse gases. Methane gas is one of the major greenhouse gases we have on the earth. Generally, we use LPG liquefied gases in our home. According to a study, 76% of the total methane gases is on the earth is due to the leakages of the LPGs. Even though when the stove is in the off condition, there is a little leakage. So even in the CNG gases also, we have a methane. So I would like to propose to set up biodigesters in some villages or where there are no usage of stoves, where we can produce biogas, which are eco-friendly, renewable, non-combustion, reduces water pollution and low of cost.
Okay, thank you. Any points of support? Points of contradiction? Yes, you have.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Okay, the idea actually to produce biogas, first, the idea of producing such a great amount of, that biogas, it takes so much time. Because in order to produce some biodegradable gas, you need so much of manure, so much of compost in order to produce little energy. Because it takes so much of time, and obviously, producing using that huge quantity of natural waste in order to produce, the result is very, very less. The idea is obviously a good idea, but the result is not according to what we expect.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
I did not acknowledge you. You're just going on. I am still confused about, you just said, I want to, you should probably raise your placard for that.
Sorry for that.
Yes. So yeah, I open the floor for debate.
Yeah.
So you guys, yeah.
I want to tell my co delegate something that we need large quantity of material to produce the biogas, but the technology is increased that we can produce the biogas from the dry leaves and the waste food, like someone already said that spoiled tomatoes and spoiled onions, we can even produce the biogas from that also. And we have lots of trees on the earth, right? We can collect so many dry leaves from which we can collect the biogas.
Thank you for acknowledging. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of technology. Yes, there's a lot of technology, but is there technology available in the current city or the current place which you want to set up there, right? Because there's so much of availability, plenty of resources, but you need to make sure if it's available at that point of time, right? And you're telling that obviously, no matter if it is you are using dry leaves or some wet waste, anything, but such a huge quantity, with such a huge quantity, you are producing only very, very less amount of energy, right? That energy, that ample amount of energy is not sufficient for and it's not practically possible also to look for a longer perspective.
If you have anything to say, you can, because the house is open for debate.
Thank you for acknowledgement. Actually, about the technology, it's already in India. I saw biodegradable converter, biogas converter in some rural areas with the dry leaves and the spoiled waste itself. I think according to that area, with that capacity, it produces biogas 2 times per day, which it can provide the gas for nearly 10 to 20 households every day, which they can cook for 2 times.
What's your budget? Is there you have any idea regarding the budget of
I think
machine
according to the budget, it was 30,000 at that time, 30 to 40,000 minimum. Not extent level of the biodegradable gas, a minimum thing. It's cost around 20 to 40,000. I think we can afford. HY can afford that.
I mean, HY definitely can afford that amount, but you need to also think whether the village which you're setting can obviously over a period of time can they maintain that, right? Because obviously we focus on long-term perspective. So just setting up is not the only thing. We need to ensure that the village which you are setting up or the technology which is available in particular rural areas, they might not have that much awareness or the knowledge which we might be having, right?
For anything, awareness should be required. Even for the solar panels also, maintenance should be required after a certain period of time. So I think this can be implemented in my point of view.
Thank you. Any more points of support? Yes, Manoj.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The project which he has proposed, in our village, one of my relatives is already using biodegradable biogas. The composite used is the material, the waste products from the kitchen and the garden. There isn't any need for excess compost. It is purely from the home wastage. So I think this is possible. And the initial cost was, as she has mentioned, it was 40,000. After that, they have stopped using LPG gases. So for the past 5 years, they are only using the biogas.
Thank you. Any motions on the floor? Member to my extreme. Yeah. Could you just introduce yourself and then start?
Thank you for acknowledging me in the chair. So my name is Srinath Reddy. So I have an idea.
Just 1 minute. On the earlier thing, on this biogas, I am talking from the government perspective. I was in government till 2 years back. Few thousand biogas units were installed, started functioning more than 20 years back. In the villages in now Telangana, earlier composite Andhra Pradesh. It's a viable technology. Cost is not much, as she has said, even though it may have increased. There used to be government subsidies in the past, much less now, because government subsidies are given in the initial phase. How they are used or not used or manipulated, that's a different subject. I will again come back to the same question or same suggestion to all of you. for example, your village, 1 unit is functioning. Why it has not turned to 5 units? See, that is the thing which you should study. Why in neighboring villages it has not come? Because it's a local solution. It is ideal. But what are the reasons? Maybe maintenance, though she mentioned that maintenance is in solar also, but I don't remember. Maintenance of solar is much less compared to the maintenance which will be required in a biogas plant. This I am saying without having managed one, but knowing the details of it. I can summarize it in a way that we today, many of us are not willing to put in the effort for the process. Process means the process by which the biogas will be produced. We will be interested in the end product, what it costs, and we will be willing to pay for it. So that mentality plus other reasons. So study in your villages why the total village is not covered. See, like you said, it is feasible, but why it has not been covered? Possibilities are there, technology is there that I can see because I was dealing with the subject for 2-3 years. But then people are, they have to maintain it at personal level. Why do we prefer this electricity? Does anyone have to maintain it? No. Some electrician who is paid by us maintains the system. Some other engineers maintain the plants and other things, and it comes to us. We have to pay some price for it. So that mindset, that habit has to be changed if we have to manage the biogas plants, which will be basically for 2, 3, 4, 5 families or maybe 20 families if it is a bigger one. That, the concept which is coming off from the West, which is a product or byproduct of the industrial revolution, that mass production, bring down the cost, and let people pay, rather than be part of the process of production or generation of some product. Are we willing to go back? Not go back, are we willing to change? Because go back has a different connotation. Are we willing to change? That's a difficult question for all of us. See, that's my take on this. Because the debate for most of the items which is going on is yes or no. See, the answer doesn't lie in yes or no most of the time. See, how to go ahead. And with the kind of information, the intelligence, and the passion which all of you have, try to go into that aspect of the proposals or resolutions which are coming. Thank you.
Yeah, any last motion which is unique, couldn't answer before or didn't raise anything before? Who didn't raise before? The girl next to the pillar.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is about replacing tissue papers with cloth napkins. As we know, deforestation is the major cause for climate change, and the goal is climate action. So we can provide an alternate. In order to get a pure tissue paper, we cut many trees. The manufacturing of paper is of different levels. For textbook, the processing is of to extent. For tissue papers, the processing of wood is to other extent. So in order to get a pure tissue paper, we need to cut like a huge quantity of trees. So first, in order to implement this idea, we need to provide, do campaign and aware and provide awareness to a group of people that we need to replace tissues with cloth napkins or something, and after that we try to distribute the napkins to the people. And the source of getting napkins is we can provide employment to women who are in slum areas by
giving them cloth and from that getting the napkins.
Could you please summarize in a single line?
Yeah, replacing tissues with cloth napkins. And this one.
So where exactly are you going to implement this?
Yeah, like where most of the tissues are used. Like if we take an example of this hotel where we have used most of the tissues, instead of that, if we have used napkins, that can be washed and used, right?
Okay, so
I'll just repeat. You are all youngsters. I was your age 30, 35 years back. 35 years back, we did not have. I was not brought up in Hyderabad, but I was brought up in Kanpur, which is slightly smaller than this place at that point of time. We didn't have any tissue papers. But we had not what we call paper tissue. Sorry, cloth tissue. We call it handkerchief. How many of us carry handkerchiefs now? See, that's what I'm thinking. Very few of us. See, I'm not criticizing it. So, handkerchiefs are still being sold in the market. So, we should have that awareness. See, maybe find some donor or find some project, distribute handkerchiefs so that people don't use it. See, today we have become so lazy and how to put it, status conscious when we are in a restaurant, not in a buffet kind like outside. We are sitting, we want the finger bowl to be brought to us instead of we going to the wash basin and washing our hands. And then we use the paper napkins. I'm not saying about few of you who have raised their hands for handkerchief. I'm saying about others. So when we start, see, we are creating the demand for that. And that is more among the rich people, let me put it. More among rich people. The roadside restaurants, dhabas, have started picking up as a status symbol these things. Otherwise, earlier they were not there. They are not offered paper napkins. You wash your hands 10 feet away. Here first, everything is brought to you. You wash your fingers and then with the paper napkin, more of damage to the environment. See, what kind of awareness building will it require? That is my question to all of you. Here, going back to the forward step, going back to handkerchief. Why can't we carry a handkerchief in our pocket? Or go and wash our hands 20 feet away? Many of us don't do that. We would like to dispose the thing on the table. See, that has to start once again. How it starts, with what kind of methodology it will succeed, that should be the discussion point. That has to be the discussion point. I'm not criticizing what you are saying. You are saying the right thing. For example, soap. We have stopped using soap. We use different, more fashionable soap-related products. Why do we do that? And many of them are not as hygienic, as germ-killing as the ordinary soap model. That has to be. See, for example, I'll give one more suggestion. See, as a project. See, I'm involved in a renewable energy sector also. Next month is energy saving day, 14th of December, if I remember correctly. For example, if someone can calculate here whether all the lights which are here are needed or not, just for that doesn't cost, like the cost of the hiring of this will not be just because of that. But do we require this much lighting in our homes when we are there? Do all have to be on. Because you all must have heard energy saved is energy produced, those kind of slogans. But how do we put it in practice? How much have we put it in practice in our districts? Some technologies have come, they are being marketed for energy efficiency. That's a different thing. But where the technology is not that important. How many days in a year we use air conditioning in our home? Just I would like an answer, see.
9 months.
Huh?
9 months.
9 months. 3 months. Good. I use it not more than 1 month. See, not more than 1 month. I'm not saying that who uses it for 3 months is doing anything wrong. I built the house 6 years back in such a fashion that more circulation of natural air is there. And it happened once with my daughter. She was sitting in her room with the AC on, curtains also there. Then I asked her to come out of the room. She said, why? I said, just come. She came out on the balcony. The weather was better than inside. So, whoever has answered 9 months, no criticism. But then you are getting used to that, you are not enjoying the natural this thing. So, the practice has to start somewhere. There's no problem of money or something. I have a solar generation on my rooftop, which gives me sufficient electricity to run a generator also. Sorry, to run an AC also. And I have recovered the cost of solar panels in last 5 years. So whatever electricity I am getting is free every month. So think of that. See, I am coming. See, what should be done to promote what you are saying? See, there is no, whoever says, opposes you will have limited this things. In commercial places and all that, yes, but then 40 years back, there were no paper napkins. And our hands were not dirty most of the time. So what has to be done now against the crass commercialism of some of these products, the way they are marketed for convenience? How do you counter that? How do you do that? Not yes or no. That should be the distinction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think after hearing from you, we have a better picture on how we should be thinking than what should actually be happening. So thank you so much for your insights, sir, and thank you so much for joining us today. We're really honored to have you with us. As a token of gratitude, we have a little gift for you. We'd like to present that, sir.
Okay, so I've been getting motions through chits, And I do not find, how stitching machines and soap products are related to climate change. And paper napkins, how many paper napkins are you going to change to, cloth napkins? And how, as Sir said, it's exactly about the demand. The world's changing. And you as a student, you have to perceive, you have to think about it. You as a student with a limited budget, what is the project that you can do which will have a sustainable impact? All right. So, in regards to that, are there any motions on the floor? I do not want to listen to motions like this again. If I do, trust me, all of you are going to suffer.
Something unique, please. Not the same again. With confidence. Raise up.
Sahiti?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, coming back to factories, I think there are many small-scale factories that produce toxic water waste. So, I would like to propose a project that implements these water purifying machinery, as in the water gets treated before sending it out into water streams.
Okay, do you know the cost and all about that? Have you done enough research about it?
I've gone through it yesterday. I think it was around 70 to 80,000.
For what size factory? A small, large?
A small scale factory, yes.
And a small scale factory examples are? Like, what factories? What do you find in Hyderabad or in Telangana or in India that you can go and, do the project on? What did you think about it?
I think I'll have to look at it for a minute, so...
Yes, you should. Thank you. Any new motions on the floor?
See, I'm repeating again. Please be unique. With confidence. Please raise it high. Then you'll understand, okay, you had a really great point, which no one tapped. Others?
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. So I think we have missed a point called stubble burning. So I think it's a valid motion. Stubble burning, of course, everyone knows it's a major problem. But of course, farmers have been doing it since years. One solution for that is, it is not proposed by me, it is proposed by agricultural scientists itself. Most of the farmers just burn, but instead of that, using decomposer and of course ploughing the soil along with this residue of crops, then it will be turned into manure for the next crop. So this is the best solution for that, which most of the farmers are not doing. Waste decomposer, it might cost up to 500 per an acre. This is just a rough figure, I don't know, it may cost less also, but not more. And of course, ploughing land will be done, but before ploughing land, farmers have been burning the stubble. Instead of burning, ploughing along with the stubble is the best solution for that. We can conduct an awareness campaign in a village regarding this. Thank you.
Any points of support for the awareness campaign? Yes, member.
I thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I think it is a very good motion. There is a thing called cultivator. We can plough the land, which will make the agricultural waste into small pieces. So it can be used as a fertilizer for the next crop. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Any motions on the floor? Yes, member in my front. Yes. Can you introduce yourself? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion is that if there is a...
Can you please introduce yourself?
This is Akash.
Go
My
ahead.
motion is that if there is a factory or industry, the nearby places, the air quality index of the nearby places is very less and it is degraded. So, if there is a mass plantation around that industry or factory, the air quality index could be changed and minimum of that above that range. So, it is a long life project. The air quality index of that place will change.
And how are you proposing to change it?
Mass plantation around that factory or...
Was it mass plantation already proposed? If I'm not wrong. Yeah, it was. Thank you. So, we'll be ending this goal for now, and I hope all of you know how to vote, right? Okay, on special request, I have one more motion on the floor. Kushal.
Thank you, Jay, for acknowledging.
It's okay.
So, it's about for climate change and the impact. Chair, the landfills are contributing a lot to our methane and CO2 emissions into the environment. And what's the reason of all these landfills we have here? The sole reason is segregation. The main problem is I'm suggesting an awareness campaign again, but not in the slums or in households, but this should be in all colleges, and all students should take care of this. We see plastic once we are using this and done, we see it as a waste, but it is in reality is a resource. Plastic is coming from petroleum, and how we are extracting petrol is again contributing to climate change. There are multiple private players, for-profit private players in the market who come to your homes and take your segregated waste, and they in fact pay you for the scrap as well. But people don't know about this. If we increase our awareness among student community as well, we will be able to have way more segregation, and the impact on the we might be able to reduce the weight of landfills.
So you're talking about awareness about segregation waste?
Awareness about segregating waste, yes. And
That's a motion.
That's a motion, but not in the slums or anywhere else. But among the college community and our students, because most of the waste that is going to the landfills are coming from our households, not coming from any street side dump yard.
Kushal, is it only awareness in segregating the waste, or actually taking the action of segregating the waste?
No, it's just the awareness. We practically can't segregate waste. We want people to segregate waste, understand the value of the waste, which has to be recycled and reintroduced into the circle.
Okay, so segregation at household level.
Household levels, because the landfills, when they burn, they are emitting a lot of methane, which is contributing a lot to the world global warming.
Alright, so this is promoting segregation of waste at households.
At households.
Got it. Thank you so much. Oh, we have points of contradiction.
Points of support? Okay, how is the food? You all sleepy because of that? Oh my god, I'm asking questions. I'm asked people. Okay, wait. Within all my rights, I'm joining the assembly right now. So, yeah, let's have a chit chat. Okay, so, yeah, you all sleepy because of the food? Yes, see? There you go.
That's the honest answer, yeah.
Let's have a small exercise session. Yes. Yes.
Yes, you do it, yes.
So when I say stand, you stand. When I say sit, you sit. Okay? Stand. Come on, faster.
Everyone, stand.
I hope you're all 21 below and none of you are
cutting
50 plus. Okay. Yeah, all of you looking great in blazers, very nice. I think we should also have a fancy dress competition at the end of the podcast.
Yes. Let's see.
Okay. Yeah, so where was I? Yeah, sit stand, right? Okay. Should I?
Ask them, let's play.
Okay, please sit down. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Shruti is like, why is this I'm going to go through this shit? Why is this person making me sit and stand? Right, Shruti? Okay. So yeah, that was all just for some fun and just exercising my rights as a chair. So I know, right? So yeah, I call back the assembly to order, and we're going to continue with, voting session. So the motion one was providing room heaters in old age homes. All in favor, say aye.
It's a voice vote.
It's a voice vote. Come on. 80 placards, use the placards.
They used to that.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know this, right? If you're in favor, you say aye. If you're not in favor, you say nay. Say aye. Say nay.
Nay. Louder, please.
Say please, sleepy kids. Oh my God. Say aye. 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 Nay. 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 Okay. My throat's very bad because of the winter. I was getting very chilly. And that's for the weather update. And the goal is climate action. Providing room heaters in old age home. All in favor say aye. Say nay if you're not in favor. Motion not passed. Install solar panels in small scale industries. All in favor say aye. Aye. Not in favor? Nay. Motion passed. We're going back to the placards, okay? Provide paper bags in general stores. All in favor, raise your placards. Paper bags in general stores. Okay, how many general stores are people going to go to? Or not in favor, raise your placards. Motion not passed. Motion number 4, replacing menstrual cups with sanitary napkins. All in favor, say raise your placards. Okay, it's the reverse. I'm so sorry, this is not written here. I put all blame on Sanya. So replacing sanitary pads with menstrual cups. All in favor, raise your placards. Not in favor? Is there people who are not voting? There's no nota here, by the way.
Yes, there are. I could see some.
All in favor, raise the placards. I have sharp eyes in technical. I'm going to find out. Not in favor, raise the placards. Okay, I think it's an equal tie. Let's go with the voice vote. Say aye if you're in favor. Once again. Say aye if you're in favor. Aye. Nay if you're not. Nay. Aye again. Aye. Nay. Nay. It's very equal, okay? Trust me, judging this is very hard. Once again, say aye. Aye. Say nay. Nay. Can you people stick to one thing? Please? Okay, you know what? Do the eye signs to one another. Stick either as aye or nay, okay? So, aye. and then I thought, all of you are going to say nay. But then nay also is the same voice. Okay, I think the motion is not passed. Composite pits in villages. All in favor, raise your placards. Against? Motion not passed. Beach cleanup drive. Or waterways or rivers, lakes, ponds. All in favor, raise your placards. All against? Motion not passed. Vertical gardening. Is that the motion? Okay. All in favor, raise your placards. Against? Motion not passed. Distributing saplings. All in favor, raise your placards. Not in favor. Motion not passed. Collect masks and send for recycling. All in favor? Not in favor? Voice vote. Say aye. Aye. Say nay. Nay. Motion not passed. Install biogas converter in rural areas. All in favor, raise your placards. Not in favor? Motion passed. Replace tissues with handkerchiefs. All in favor? Not in favor? Unanimous vote. Wow. Awareness session on land plowing. All in favor? Not in favor? Motion passed. Awareness on segregation waste. All in favor? Not in favor? Motion passed.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for acknowledging. Thanks for chairing the table. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ritesh.
Same here.
Thank you so much, Charan, for chairing the table. I would now like to acknowledge the presence of Pranav Sisla, Associate President, 2014, Chairman SYL Season 5. We welcome on the table.
Yeah. Let's move on to the last session, that was gender equality. Right? Any speaks on the floor? Speeches? Number towards my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I am extremely delighted to stand before you all on a significant day, which serves as a reminder to all of us of how far we have come, but also, amid celebration, a reminder of the route ahead. So gender equality is not just a goal in itself, it is a precondition for meeting challenges and reducing poverty, promoting development, and building good governance, which is the crux of our purpose, the phase one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the whole agenda of the Hyderabad Youth Assembly in a nutshell. So what I want to propose on my speech today is I'm not undermining the tragedy of women discrimination, and I know that many of the delegates will be promoting and will be ambassador of women empowerment this day, and I'm very proud of them. But what I'm trying to do here, that it's high time now that we realize, and struggle and life too. The huge proportion of people who are seriously defective are men. Most people on street are men. Most victims of violent crimes are men. Most people who commit suicide are men. Most people who die in wars are men. So I hope you're getting my point this time. And so what we are doing is that we are taking a tiny subtraction of the highly successful men and using that to represent the entire structure of society and demeaning men in a way. So there's nothing about which is vaguely appropriate. So let's be an advocate for equality and outcomes. So let's stand for one another. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and belated Happy Men's Day to all the men. Any more speeches? I want you to hold your placard like this. This, I will only see the placard's white paper. So, yeah, the one member standing. Yes, you. Apologies, I can't see your name.
Thank you, respected Chair, for my talk. I come from my name is Maharshi. Gender equality is a human right. Women are entitled to live with dignity and with freedom from want and from fear. Gender equality is also a precondition for advancing development and reducing poverty. Empowered women contribute to the health and productivity of whole families and communities. They improve prospects for next generations. Still, despite solid evidence demonstrating the contrariety of women empowerment to realizing human rights, reducing poverty, promoting development and addressing the world's most urgent challenges, gender equality remains as unfulfilled promise. Thank you.
Thanks. Any more speeches? The one to the extreme corner.
I thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Here we are speaking about only two genders, but we have to know that there are transgenders and LGBTQ community, and there is division in streetcars, which is named Streetcars Pride, which is really working to promote their community. So we should also think about them. And I've seen this video, which is created by Infosys, and I think most of you have seen that. Will really understand the pain of those people who are unable to express themselves. So we need to fight for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's get started with the motion. So, can I have the first motion on the floor? No talks on gender equality. Any new motions on the floor? Side. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. There are many separate boys campus and girls campus in colleges and schools. So we have to normalize this because it's the youth which can change the society.
Please go ahead. What is the plan?
Like normalizing and improving core education, like girls and boys sitting together in a class, not sitting in separate classrooms.
I got your point, but how would you want to do that?
By creating awareness.
It's an awareness program to the college people or students?
I mean, mainly in schools and colleges.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes, Neha.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned, creating awareness, but awareness programs is conducted by HY from past many seasons. It's not something new which we are conducting. Okay, and something in HY is a unit of streetcars which focus on permanent impact. So creating just awareness is not the viable solution for now, because as per now, I think many people have awareness, but still in fact of there might be awareness, but still there is that kind of fear or some kind of lack of proper execution. So creating awareness is not the only thing which we require.
Sai, would you want to answer that? Any other points of support? So to begin with, how many of you actually understood what the idea was? Please raise your placard. So when no one is supporting, there should be a contradiction as well, right? Then what are you guys up to? Anyways, any new motions on the floor? Yeah, Mike.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The idea that I want to propose is establishing a HYA legal aid clinic through which we can get a helpline number, through which we can get domestic violence abuse cases, sexual harassment cases, and any other exploitation cases. If we have the legal aid clinic, these people can contact us, after which we can take use of legal law students or psychologists and any other volunteers who would love to volunteer. Thank you.
Great. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? The one to my extreme corner. The lady behind. Yeah. Yeah, please go ahead. Apologies, I can't see your names in the behind. Got my LASIK done, but it is not working, I believe.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I'm really sorry.
Any other points of contradiction? So the idea was to set up a legal aid clinic where people can reach out and then get some help on sexual harassment or any of gender related issues, gender equality related issues. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I'd like to ask my delegate how is it different from police station and going to courts?
Would you like to answer that? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Going to courts and police stations can be different than reporting what's happening with them or the victims. Domestic violence cases and sexual harassment cases have not been casually gone to courts and police stations. I believe people don't really express what's happening to them openly to the police, or they just take their matters to the court. For that, they require a first step, and for that matter of fact, I'm asking for a legal aid clinic by the HYA, so that they approach us first, after which we can take any steps with police stations or courts. Thank you.
My question to you is, if someone is not able to go to a station, police station or any of such places, what are the chances that they are ready to compete, to open up and talk about? Because we as HY are equally strangers to them, right? So what is the thought behind it?
The fact that police is a very big thing in our society. If a person is going to a police station, people are scared of going to the police stations. But if they have some strangers to talk to, or if they want to share something, I think it's a good idea that we can do that.
Okay, thank you. A lot of contradiction, I believe. I get it. So, any new motions on the floor? Yeah, Nihal.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. One of the new motion I would like to raise is this is a plan where the members will go first. They go for survey of various government schools, especially schools. Then collecting all the school, the data of all the schools, boys and girls, and where we can, on a particular date, we can conduct a competition where conducting inter-government school Rangoli competition for boys whereas conducting sports competition for girls. Why? Because with this idea, there is the idea of segregation will be the first step where the boys will be also having so much of creativity. They also love art. During my childhood, I used to love, for making rangoli and everything. So like me, many other boys will be also very much interested, but they might be having that fear to come out. This will provide a kind of initiative where conducting rangoli competition for boys and sports competition for girls. Obviously, boys will be also interested. We can conduct simultaneously the both. This is my plan.
Very good one. Great. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. I would definitely contradict that because I think that plan is obviously already being done in the schools and colleges. We already have girls cricket, girls football teams, so there is nothing we can do. It's already being done, so there is nothing we can get gender equality in that case, I believe.
Nihal, would you want to answer it? Yeah. And to be honest, we recently had Rangoli in my office also. No boys participated.
Thank you, sir, for acknowledging me. As my co-delegate mentioned, obviously for girls there's cricket, for girls there's boys. Right now here we are talking about gender equality, and right now you only mentioned about girls. What about the boys? Right? Rangoli competition for boys. I'm not specifically talking only about girls, but also about the boys who are right now, as you mentioned, or are not mentioned in boys in the gender equality goal itself. So my part here is not to do, there might be many ideas which already existed, but this kind of idea would be a great initiative because there might be schools which you visited there for girls, for sports, but there are some other rural backward areas or some backward tandas specifically to mention, where we can go there, tandas like in various Warangal districts, like forest areas, where we can go there, approach them, and we can put this idea forward.
Great, thanks Nihal. You want to answer that? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the
Nihal, you can have a seat.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I would definitely contradict that because boys have made this, that mehndi, rangoli, these are things of girls. Boys have made this, not us. So it's them who have made this. It's a mindset of boys, not the girls. So I think thinking is the most important thing. So it's the matter of thinking.
No, the idea is to break it at a school level.
Yeah, so
That's the event for. Like you said, the society had built a norm where now, like you said, boys think it is not a boys thing to do rangoli or whatever. But Nihal's idea for that matter is not rangoli in specific, but whatever gender-centric events have been happening for the last whatever number of years. Break the norm is the thought, because at least from the next generation, the boys don't think that way. So have a contradiction to that. Okay. Any other points of contradiction? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we all know, we are having competitions at school level and at college levels also. In any of the competitions, either it's Rangoli competition or it's basketball competition, it's not mentioned anywhere behind that basketball competition that only boys can participate, and after Rangoli participate, only girls can participate. It's just about the thinking.
Thanks. Like again I said, Rangoli was just a reference. It's more about gender-centric events which have been throughout. Again, the idea behind this is not to like make boys do Rangoli or girls play basketball, but bring in that thought at a school level that everyone can do everything. That's the point.
Whether it's a competition, it's nowhere mentioned that boys can't participate in certain competitions.
Correct, I agree. But boys are not participating, hence making them participate is the event.
Any motion on the floor? Ashita?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So,
as we're talking about the goal gender equality, my idea or the motion is that we can set up a safe channel where they can, for the people, especially for the girls, I'm talking, so where they can express out openly to report bullying, sexual harassment, racism, etc., without being exposed or dismissed. So, thank you.
Thank you, but before that, I would like to ask a question. So there are a lot of Dolphin members, team happening in Telangana. A lot of Dolphin members, happening in these states. And why does the essence, especially, how do you think the HY member or being HY member, what would your participation will look like?
I can say that, yeah, I agree that there are many centers, there are many channels where people are doing, people are helping for these girls. But I feel that our HYA can also do this. So I just want our HYA to be a part of it, to put a channel and do that.
Do you have any plan that really how it really works?
Like we can also, how there's a she team, so we can also put such a section.
Thank you. I heard a lot of contradiction. Contradiction, anyone? Preetham?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to contradict my co-delegate Harshita. She told we could set up something like she do. When we have she team, why would we set up something like she team? So this is my point.
Thank you. Any new motions on the floor? Remember to be last? Strike last.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we all were talking about gender equality, we are forgetting that there is also another gender, transgender. So I want to promote a motion that building washrooms for transgender here. There are many transgender facing problems while going to washrooms in public areas. So I want to build washrooms for transgenders. Thank you.
Good idea, but where do you want to build these washrooms?
Everywhere, wherever there is a washroom, there should be a washroom for even for a transgender also.
No, again, I repeat, my question is it in schools or is it now, if I take Hyderabad, somewhere in Hyderabad where we get an area and we do it, like, what is the thought, what is the plan behind it?
I want to say that even in public areas, in schools, wherever it is, there should be a washroom for transgender even.
Okay. Any points of support? The extreme corner lady. Apologies, I can't see your name.
Firstly, thank you for the acknowledgement. I would add on to her line that, we are talking about gender equality. It should not be about men and women only. This thing should come to consideration that LGBT community also comes under gender only. There should not, there should be a time in India where they are not treated differently. For that, we have to start from the ground level, telling people that it is as simple, as common as how a woman and men they also have their own priorities. That should be taken into consideration, telling people that they shouldn't be, treated separately, or they should be given equal rights on everything. Yeah.
Point of contradiction?
Thank you for acknowledging me.
Sorry for interrupting.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of Arun Kumar, Joint Secretary, Vice President, Head Logistics, Chairman of HYA 6, PVD Alumni from the team board. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Yashna from GPP Executive Board of Team 70, Associate President, Head Alumni Relations. Thank you for giving me.
Yeah, you may continue.
I would like to thank the chair for acknowledging me. Well, as controversial as it might sound, I feel like creating separate washrooms for transgenders make them separate. Like,
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. First of all, the idea behind it, the intention was good, but I think the impact would be very much negative if I would like to tell why also. Why? Because setting up separate washrooms for the transgender community in each and everywhere in the city, first of all, the people are not even interested to come on themselves. And then why would you expect they would go to washrooms in the public areas whom they would recognize that they would be a third gender society, right? Obviously, first, in order to do that, you need to first make sure that fear out of them is removed. Then only you can make sure this, the idea of setting up washroom where you are keeping the villages or anything. First, you need to make sure the fear is removed from them. Then you can set up so that they can go as an initiative into the washroom. That is would be a proper much more, I think.
Thanks for that. Any new motions on the floor? Something really unique, different, which has not been addressed before? Member to make extreme strike in the last.
I thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As just my co-delegate said that in India, people are unable to come out and say that they are a transgender or they are from an LGBTQ community. So for this, we can create an awareness program from the school level itself, so that we can tell them that it is okay to be a transgender and to move in the society as a transgender. And we can also tell them some examples of people who are living as a transgender in India and they are living a happy life. Thank you.
Is it regarding an awareness program? Yes. Okay. Any points of support? Member to the extreme last, Srinath.
Thank you for acknowledging me, the chair. Actually, we have to give them the education and the jobs also to them. Like women reservation, men reservation will be there now. Like transgender also there will be a reservation.
This is an add-on or a new motion altogether?
Add-on.
She was talking about awareness. You are talking about raising a new policy in the assembly, General Assembly. So.
Like we have to support them also. Like
no, 100% agree. But the question was, should I take it as a new motion where?
Yeah.
Okay. Any points of? But before that, to conclude on her, it was more about awareness in schools regarding the transgender society. Right? Any points of support to that? The one to my extreme last. Again, apologies, I can't say anything. I will take your point in the next one.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I am supporting her because everyone should know the importance of men and women and also a transgender, because they are also living as us only in the society. And in these days also we are treating them as a different some other persons which we won't see near our faces like that. But now we have to take up a project or an awareness program that which should impact the whole society. They are also members in our society. We have to give respect to them, and we have to give some importance to them.
No, that is exactly what we're trying to do with Pride, Street First Pride. But at the same time, thanks for the support. Any points of contradiction to this awareness program? The member to the next table. That yes, you. Like, let me declare once for all. Apologies if I am not able to see your name.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I absolutely love the idea, but the sad fact is that parents don't like when we teach stuff like that in school. It's been apparent in America where African American history being taught in school is seen as critical race theory, and anything that's close to trans or LGBTQ issue is again not supported. I think first we should target older generation.
Yeah. Again, we were on the awareness programs in schools on transgender community. Had points of support, had a point of contradiction. Let me move on to the next motion. Starting off with your point. Yeah, please elaborate what exactly you wanted to say and what exactly you want to do.
Actually, they are not allowed into the society. No one will accept them there. So they are having a different community, right? So if they are surviving with us commonly, so like we are giving the job, like we have to make them to work also, like in the jobs also.
What is there a plan of action to this entire thing? Is what I'm asking.
Like how we are educating, if they also get educated, they will also get work. Yeah.
Okay. I get your point. Is there a plan on how you want to do this through HY? Like, what is the plan? You want to take someone, join them in school? You want to take someone and join them in college?
In school, how the girls and boys are joining, like in the same manner, they should also join.
Okay. Any points of support to this? Any points of contradiction? Yes, please.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The topic itself is gender equality, and we can't go on giving reservations to every gender.
Thank you. Before I move on to the next motion, let me be a little clear on something. I'm sure you guys know for the fact that you have 3 months, 3 to 4 months of time to do your respective events after this assembly. So, whenever you are raising a motion, put that thing in the mind. Also, put certain points on what is feasible to do versus what can be done on a larger level, like bringing reservation, irrespective of what your take is on reservation, is something that cannot be done in 3 months. Now, anyone contesting as an MLA or something, I don't know. But even in that case, elections are not there. So for you to like go sit in assembly and then raise this will not happen in 3 months. So all I'm trying to say is anything that you're raising, ensure there is some new element in it, there is some creativity in it, there is some effect out of what you guys will raise. But ensure you know that you have 3 months of time and not like a lot of time. Because after 3 months there is another assembly and there is something else that will be discussed. So yeah, just put that in mind. And also want to understand, I see the same people raising the placards again and again. Can I have a count of people who did not get a chance to speak till now? Please raise your placard. So should I assume that everyone else got a chance or everyone else did speak? Any new motions on the floor where someone didn't get a chance to talk? Is it like full or half? Any new motions on the floor? Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So we see that the abuse for the opposite gender is really less in urban areas, and one of the main things for that is employment. Usually, both the gender, I mean men and women, both have the ratio of the working population in both the genders is more in urban areas compared to rural areas. So that is one of the reasons for which the equality is maintained, because they earn their living. So that is like empowerment to them. So it's the same thing can be done in rural areas. In rural areas, most of the women are illiterate or they don't have proper skills or anything which they can earn livelihood from. So we can provide, we can empower them by providing training centers or training centers from which they can learn self-employment skills, or we can generate the centers where we can generate employment by, let us say, giving sewing machines and them doing cloth them stitching clothes and selling them. And they can paper factories or paper plate factories, and there are flour mills. So there are many things. We'll see the viable option in the area where there's demand, and we can implement it.
So what is the plan of action apart from this? Like, how do you want to implement the same?
Plan of action would be to choose a place where there is actually need, and we can go for a survey. We can choose a small village, and we can go for a survey where we can tell, we can actually go and tell each person that we are doing this. Are you interested? If we find a very good number of people who are really interested and we're actually making an impact there, then we would go ahead with the logistic work and provide them the factory and see that it is maintained for three to 4 months, and gradually we can look after it.
Could you summarize in 1 line, please?
So yeah, so to maintain gender equality, I think both providing empowerment through self-employment is a really important thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for interrupting the assembly. I would like to acknowledge the esteemed presence of Meghna Rao, Board of Governors, Governor-in-Chief, former Chairperson HIS7 and President of Speakers Hyderabad Student Center. You may begin the entire student
I would like to request Meghna to share the tape with us.
Yeah. Any new motion on the floor? Something really unique which didn't tap before?
And not just an awareness session.
Tulsi?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. The motion I would like to pass is related to empowerment of women in the rural area. As my co-delegate has mentioned, a project now for awareness. Instead of awareness, we can give them select a group of women and give them means to start a business, like a saree business. In Begum Bazaar, we can use a sum of 15,000 and purchase bulk sarees in low cost. And we can give these sarees to the women in the village and they can sell them at affordable prices with a profit. And they can continue it after we have stopped our purchase. And we can do this in multiple places, not just in one village. We can do this in multiple places with different groups of women, and sarees are not the only one. We can take artificial garments, ornaments, sorry. That's it.
Any point of contradiction?
Thank you, Chief, for acknowledging me. So basically, the idea of the code that I will mention is buying from one person, giving to that person, and making that person only sell to one other person. So then, what is the idea behind that actually? Which means you are buying from a particular Begum Bazaar, as you mentioned, and you are giving them. And what's the guarantee that the items which we are buying will be sold? Because we are keeping the investment. The amount which we are buying, like which you mentioned as 15,000 something, it's a huge amount, obviously. Every rupee counts. So when you're putting that much amount, what's the guarantee that that will be sold enough? Like what is the guarantee you can ensure that they'll be getting profits from it? It's a business which you're mentioning. In business, there will be losses and profits. But in Street Course, we are not a business. We are an NGO, right? Hyderabad system is not a business which we encourage.
as I have mentioned, yes, it's a business, but not for us, for the women. And why it will be a profitable one? Because in villages, if they want to purchase saris or anything the woman wants, they have to wait for a certain day till the men in the household are free to take them to the towns. They won't get it like in a reachable distance, just go and buy it. But if one of their neighbors has this saris, a few saris, they can choose daily wears, they can choose it from them and buy it.
Thank you, Chef, for acknowledging me. First, I've mentioned that what's the impact, large-scale impact which you will be expecting? Like how many number of people will be impacted by this, and how many units which you will be, make sure you'll be transporting to them, and you'll be guaranteed that that will be sold and they'll be getting profits by selling to all the people. And how can you expect that? That's my question.
Yeah, Tulsi.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The points we have in the goal include financial independence of women and empowerment of women. So, one of the best ways for financial independence of women in the rural areas are through this. So, I can't say we have to select only one woman for a village. We can ask them to a group of 5. So, there are not only a single village or a single, only one woman interested. So we have to do the research.
Any new motions on the floor? Apart from the same, whatever we have discussed until now. Last year.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Actually, I would like to say that nowadays women are not called less than men. Now I want to say about the gender diverse people only. For example, women are getting recognized, right? For example, PV Sindhu, she's a badminton player. A woman badminton player got recognized in such a way that there is a person called Naz Joshi, who is the first lesbian queen from India. Like he created some identity. In the same way, I want to create some identity for a community by starting a little startup, a small production company. This production company can start it in 3 months, but it can go along. It's not just like a routine product, a little unique product which can even help like eco-friendly also.
What exactly are you
This,
trying to believe this?
yeah, this startup should include only gender diverse people only. If a good product comes out from those people, they'll get an identity that they created that product.
Any points of support? Contradiction?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as my co-delegate had said that she would start a startup in which she would only employ the people from the queer community. So, this is a gender discrimination in itself, right? You are not taking any women and men. So, it's discriminating on the basis of gender. Second thing is that it's more kind of a business than thing which NGO will be doing. Rural association can't go on making startups, right? So, that's what I'm.
Yeah, last year.
Thank you for acknowledging me, the chair. We have mentioned, my co-delegate mentioned that it's a complete discrimination. I wanted to create this to stop the discrimination, to create an identity for the gender diverse people, to create separate thing for them that we can also do them. Just now I mentioned that lady who created a very big impact on the transgender people that we can also do anything. In the same way with this startup, they can say that we can also do everything what actual gender people can do. That's what. And according to me, this does not require much money also. And it can be set up in 3 months, it can run in 3 months, and it can run after 3 months also if the product goes very well. And I would like to say it's not like a routine product like a stove or handbags or etc. Different from thing.
Before we move forward, I would like to thank Arun Kumar for sharing with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
So as I entered, people told me that the quality of this year's members is extremely great. While I'm looking at the motions so far, I'm not feeling it. So I'm looking for really good motions. So any new motions on the floor? Someone at the back? The one who's straight to me? Yeah. Please tell your name and then you can start.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My name is Siri. I'm from St. Anne's. So my motion is, we all have been talking about women empowerment and women, but the first stage, the earliest stage of women is girls. Girls' life is hammered by the name of child marriage, especially in rural areas. We see that there are so many child marriages. What is the reason? Her family believes that even though she studies, because in rural areas especially, there is free education by the government, but still families stop them because they believe that there is no job opportunity. Even though they pursue higher education, there is no much scope of job and they'll be left alone. So my motion is that we'll be connecting these girls or these women who have really good education to teach other children in the different schools if they are really academically driven, and if they are technically driven, we can link them with these MNCs. It's just that they don't know where to start. They don't know how to apply these to these huge MNCs. They just don't know the way, and these families think that they can't find a way because their world is really small. They don't know the opportunities out there. They don't know the links. So HYA will just link them to this massive connections and will not hammer them at the age of 18, 16, and then they start their motherhood at the age of like teens. Like we are here and then they'll be like feeding their children. So that is my motion. Thank you.
Any points of support? Yes, the person is lost.
Thank you for acknowledging me, the chair. Whatever she said, that is literally right. Even though the woman is good in her studies, the parents are forcing her to marry. Before the age of 21, the hormones also not even develop. Taking up the motherhood in the age below less than 20, it causes severely health problems to the women also.
Alright, any more support? Any more points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes? Please hold the card like this so that the name is visible.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Jay. I want to ask a question that she told that child marriages, due to child marriages, there are no development. So she told that to avoid these child marriages, she want to start MNCs like that. If their parents are forcing them to do child marriage, how come they will encourage them to do work in MNCs?
Right, sure. That's the mindset that we are looking to change, right? So maybe as HYA you could come up with ways in which we could probably tackle that mindset. Any motion on the floor? Yes. Teja?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As everyone might have an idea about the sheeting, or we all have an idea about how sexual harassments happen against women and how various initiatives are taken by the government, such as sheeting or Nirbhaya or anything. But why exactly should we stop at sheeting? Why shouldn't we go for a dating, including every gender possible, and help each and every person who has been sexually harassed in any possible ways? Why only dating? Cheating? Why not a dating? And why only Beti Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Why not logo ko padhao, logo ko padhao? Everyone needs an education and everyone needs a protection against sexual harassment. So yeah, I was hoping if we could start such motions to help people who are really looking for it. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes, Pranav.
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging me, respected chair. Firstly, I'll give you a summary of why it was she teams and no they teams, because in general, the norm is that if there is a sexual harassment happening to men, to begin with, they don't come out. They usually deal it with themselves or they just hide. Even if they come out, it is easy for them to like dial 100 or go to a police station and then give out the complaint. But the same thing with women are not comfortable because not every station has a lady constable or anyone as such who they can open to. And that is the reason why, considering with data the number of events that happened in the past might be wrong. The data might be wrong, but considering the number of recorded events that happened in the past where women were not able to reach out to the police for various reasons, there are policies that state that if there is a certain time that crosses, then the police has to come to the house and take the FIR or whatever. But a lot of it people don't know. To break all of this is when she teams came into picture, but it is not she or they. In general, there is 100 and police department that can address everyone, men and women. But like I said, she teams specifically came into picture because a lot of people were not able to access to this 100 for various reasons, and that is when it became a little lady-centric where they thought this might help. We actually worked with the she teams in season 5, and the officer, the lady herself, the office isn't so much, she would right in front of that commissionerate building. This was the idea that she said, even if men have a problem, they can actually reach out. The she teams person will not say, you are a man, you just get out. They will help everyone, but the idea being more for women's centric is what the thought was.
Thanks for the clarification, Ron. Any new motions on the floor? Yes. I can't see your name. Kiran?
Thank you so much, Chair, for giving me the opportunity, for acknowledging me. So my idea and I propose to the Assembly is to implement an intensive catch-up education program for adults and girls who are no longer in school due to circumstances, to actually track them and enroll them back to the schools and help them with the completion of the studies. And this has been close to my heart because I had an encounter in a slum area where there are so many girls out there, and like they're mostly they do not have mother or a father, and they're not enrolled in schools but are into like child labor or like taking care of the children or the younger siblings. But they do have dreams, they do have and passion to study. But one of the reasons they couldn't enroll in school because like they didn't have Aadhaar cards, and like the girls even don't know like how to like reach out to the government office and apply for an Aadhaar card and actually like enroll to the schools. Like this is a huge problem like in most decent and developed area in Hyderabad, Sun City. So you can only imagine the situation in the rural areas. So I want to emphasize this idea that we catch up an education program for the girls who are left out from the schools, like who are dropped out of the schools.
While I understand, how are you planning to, as HYM member, try to track down these girls and try to get them re-enrolled in schools?
Right. The thing is, as I already said, like, I had an encounter. Like there's an area called Gandhamguda where there is like huge proportion of slums. Like people stay there, and then there are like so many families. Like they're not related to each other, but they take care of each other. Because so many of them are motherless, a few are fatherless. So like there are community which lives on these places, and I have tracked down few reasons why they are not enrolled to schools, even the little kids too. So like Aadhaar card is one issue. And like I got location, we also got scenario idea, we also got the victim for people idea, and Hyderabad Assembly also has a passion, and the budget is what I believe.
Sure. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Alright, let's move on. Next, any new motions on the floor? Yes, the person at the back.
Thank you, respected teacher, for acknowledging me. As I'm about to speak about men, there is cheating for women, but there isn't any division for men. As Pranav said, there is a division. Man can also go to the division of cheating. Man can approach them if they get any problem. But there are a lot of fake rape accusations on men. But in those cases, men can't get to those cheatings or to any divisions and get the support of any people. What I suggest is to get a division for men when such cases arises. Before the accusation is proved or the victim is proved of the crime, we must support them. As long there are a lot of innocent people who got into these kind of things and got a lot of debates. So I suggest to create a division for men for such accusations and to support them. Thank you.
Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Yes, Arthur.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as my co-delegate said that because there is cheating and because there are fake accusations on men for sexual harassment and such cases, I would like the co-delegate to know that police does not take an action or jail a person unless and until the accusation has been proved. So the accusation is when it has been proved. So, and if you are telling that it was fake, that means we need to question the police and not the person who has done it. And so a division, making a division in this regard would be not appropriate and cannot be considered as a motion. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging me, respected Chair. So, as we grew up into a society, I think most men have been told that their emotions don't matter. They can't cry. They can't express their emotions in a healthy way. Girls usually have their friends to speak to or their mothers or sisters. But boys usually they bottle up all their emotions, and this leads to them releasing their emotions in a way that is violent. And this can lead to domestic violence, as in how they grow up, or leads to cigarette consumption or drugs and all. So since childhood, like especially in schools, we can raise awareness regarding this. We can let the boys know that it is okay to express their emotions, it is okay to cry, it is okay to let people know that you're not okay. So an awareness camp from school level can be initiated for this.
So basically mental health awareness is what is. Alright. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Alright, we can move on. Any new motions on the floor? This will be the last motion, so anyone who hasn't spoken yet, haven't. Did both of you? They've already spoken. Alright. Yes, you can speak.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, in order to support the transgender people, first we should eradicate the fake transgender people who are collecting the transgender. The main reason that transgender people are not showing up because of these fake transgender people, that they are creating that this is the way that transgenders behave. So first we should eradicate these fake transgender people so that who can express themselves. Thank you.
Well, eradication is a strong term here. Maybe you could say identify them and ensure they don't continue to do so. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Mahira.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. I would definitely contradict this because what is fake transgender, and also I feel like transgender people are in that circumstances they do the work because they don't get job anywhere else, so it's a necessity for the living, so it's not their choice, I believe. So I definitely think I didn't understand what's fake transgender.
Sure, I think we can move on. That's. We can take one more last motion. Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to propose a survey of LGBTQ plus friendliness and awareness in campuses throughout various divisions, because when I tried to find data on how LGBTQ friendly a campus is, I could not find any. Same with misogyny. Thank you.
Alright, any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Alright. We've received few checks, probably we'll take a couple of them and then we can go forward with voting. So there's someone called Bhushita. Yes, could you speak about the HPV vaccine proposal that you have?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So the vaccine I'm talking about is HPV, which both female and male can take it. So it can control only 3 strains of cervical cancer. So people who are suffering from 9 strains of cervical cancer, there's a vaccine called nonavalent vaccine. So it has 3 doses. So each dose costs 10K. So females, they're not much aware of this. So we can put a awareness program regarding this and let them know about the cervical cancer and also about the nonavalent vaccine, which is presently in India. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. Any points of support? Any points of contradiction? Alright. Then there's Meedha. Yeah. Do you want to speak?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, one of my motions was about the gender fluidity and also the choices of the lifestyle. Like, people, we can actually help them to talk about it. So, gender fluidity is, in a broader sense, is like men and female can wear the choice of dresses or the choice of colors what they need. So, since we know everyone of like most of us know like there's a segregation of blue color or the dark colors for male and pink color and light color palette for the female. So there are many color palettes in the nature that actually suits everyone and everyone can choose whatever they want to. And according to the gender fluidity, what I know is there are some men like there's a culture in Bhutan where the traditional male usually wears skirts, long skirts. And that is not opposed because that's been coming from the culture. And there was also a culture in India in the olden days where men were also encouraged to wear the skirts or something like a long skirts. So based on this, based on the understanding the education about what the gender fluidity is, British government actually encouraged boys and girls to choose whatever the kind of school uniforms they want to. So some of the boys to understand and encourage the kind of gender fluidity, some of them were chosen to wear the skirts to the school, which is absolutely alright. And I think we should encourage our students from different places that they can choose any kind of colors they want to wear, and the gender fluidity even for female, like if they want to wear something like a good trousers or they want to wear any palette of dresses that is decent enough for them, that's totally okay. It's based on their choices and the lifestyle.
Thank you. Mehak? Yeah.
Thank you, Sir, for acknowledging me. I would like to raise a motion of gender-sensitive programs for both parents and children in government schools and rural areas. So this could raise awareness in parents' minds and in children's of the rural areas or the backward classes of the new enhancement or the discrimination that's happening between the genders. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Then I think we'll move to the voting.
Fine, let's go to the first motion. Awareness program creating the general.
First motion, awareness program on gender equality. Those for the motion and against the motion. For the motion.
I request everyone to please actively participate in the voting. Everyone.
Yes, motion passed. Second, helpline to provide support for issues related to gender equality or sexual assault, a legal aid clinic. Members for the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Bringing a change in the gender-centric ideas. Those for the motion? Against the motion? For the motion? Motion passed. Fourth, helpline for women's safety. Those in support of motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Washrooms for transgenders. For the motion? Against the motion? Not passed. Awareness program on all genders in schools. For the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Reservations for transgenders. Those in support of the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Provide self-employment opportunities to women in rural villages. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Improve financial independence of women in rural areas through small-scale businesses. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. A startup run by the LGBTQ plus community. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion not passed. Connect rural women to the right employment opportunities in the urban areas. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Set up a day team. For the motion? Against the motion? Motion to separate. Education for girls that dropped out from schools. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Create a separate helpline for men. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion to separate. Identify LGBTQ plus community supporting institutes. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. The motion on providing HPV vaccines for women. Awareness on the HPV vaccines for women. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Awareness sessions on making people understand about gender fluidity. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed. Gender sensitive programs for parents and kids in schools. Those for the motion? Against the motion? Motion passed.
I would like to thank Meena Madhura for chairing and as that's how before the sessions happen, but the most exciting part is the elections happening in a few more hours, and let's move the vice chairs for the next phase of HY season 12. Right, then firstly, I will read out the names of top performers of top 25 who have done the top 25 people for fundraising. Right, I request the people to please stand up when I call them. Lasya, Nikhila, Manikesh,
Teja, Lahari, Nainika, Raghuvanshi, Harshita, Meher, Hriday, Kantasvi, Sujal, Revant, Jyoti, Pravalika, Satvika, Mariam, PC, Tejasvi, Krishna Teja, Shravika, Havila Kiran, Saket, Divya, Kavya, and
Sure that all the members are seated. OC, can you please confirm if all the members are seated? Okay. So, yes, folks, let's start with the campaigning and the voting procedure. So, all the ones that have been just announced that who will nominate that can stand for the nominations of vice chairs and chair projects, could you all please stand? Everyone. Good. So, if there's anyone that wants to withdraw their nomination for any reason, please sit down. Are you sure? Anyone else? One last time. Anybody who wants to withdraw their nomination can sit. Alright, I'm taking that as a confirmation that all of you are going to stand for the elections. I hope everyone's 30-second speech is ready, which you will have to deliver while you're campaigning for yourself here. Alright, so I'm going to give two instructions. One is for the contestants, and the ones that are going to vote for these people. So the contestants, you're supposed to introduce yourselves. Just give your name and the position that you're standing for, vice chair or chair projects. Everything in only 30 seconds. And the ones that are a part of the voting procedure, in the voting cards that you see, you have one chairperson. You will be getting these cards. Your OC will distribute them to you. In the chairperson projects, you're only supposed to write one name from all the candidates that come and campaign here. And the persons that are campaigning for chairperson projects cannot stand for vice chair. Alright? Again, the ones contesting for chairperson projects cannot contest for vice chairs. So even the ones that are voting for these people, you can only nominate one chairperson projects and then give your preferences for the rest 4 vice chairs. Clear? Or is there anyone with any doubts? Alright, I'm taking that as everyone's clear. So now we'll call each member here. Yes, you can, the ones that are campaigning for the elections, you can also nominate yourself. So you will be a part of the voting procedure. Alright, so you can nominate yourself, one vote for you. So yes, we'll keep calling each person. You can come, give your 30 seconds vote, and strictly after the 30th second, you will be asked to speak. You will be stopped. You cannot go further. So please remember the timelines. We'll call each person here, and you can come give your speech.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations for standing for the position. And all the best. Because I could remind myself, because 3 seasons back, when I was the season 9 phase 2 member, I contested for the vice chair, and I could understand what might go through your minds completely now. And good luck and all the best. Things will change definitely, and yeah, please be proactive for this rest of the session at least.
Yes, very, very, very important instructions from all of you that are contesting for these roles. There will be around like 5 to 6, depends on your choice, that will be contesting for chairperson projects. For example, say there are 3 people contesting for chairperson projects, and the ones that are voting are only supposed to give one name in the chairperson projects blank. You cannot give everybody's name. You cannot give not even 2 names, only one name. And that name cannot repeat in the vice chairs again. If that name is repeating, that card, that vote will be invalid. So please make the right choice. Please be very clear with the names that you're mentioning there. These are going to be your leaders for the coming entire phase. So choose wisely. Yeah. Yes, folks. You can go ahead with the names.
Yeah, so I'll be calling out the names. I request each one of you, please make, without any delay, please get to the podium and give a 30-second speech. Harshit will be here with the timer. So once he is with the timer up, then he'll stop you right there, wherever you are. So try to convey whatever you want to convey in that 30 seconds itself. You won't be having extra time for that. Clear? Yeah, so let me start with the naming. First person we have Lasya.
Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. This is Lasya from JNFAU, an architecture student. So I want to stand for chairman's project. I would assure you that I can do my level best. I can lead my team in my better way. I think I have good communication skills, and I can, in my view, I can manage people in a very good way. I think I have very good convincing capacity through which I can convince the other people. I'll be polite to my teammates or other persons who are working for the projects, and I'll be very good with them.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
The next one. The next one, please get your placard along with you while you come to the speaker.
Chair projects. Please remember, it is chairperson projects, or just say chair projects. It's not chairman. All right.
Yeah, his name would be Nikhila with your placard. Yeah, the people who are finished with the speech, please make a line here behind us so that it will be easy for us to track further too.
You finish your speech on the podium and come stand at the back.
With your placard.
Your time starts now.
Hello everyone, this is Nikhila from St. Francis. I'm from Life Sciences student. So I'm a very jolly person. I believe in work with fun kind of nature. So and I'm also good with very jolly, and I also believe in ethics, like where you need to be very happy with what you do and also be creative with what you do. So I could help you with any creative ideas and work with it. Thank you.
Nikhila, did you mention your the designation that you're contesting for?
Sorry, I'm contesting for vice chair position. Thank you.
So members, please ensure your full name properly, and once you come here, please that which designation you're standing for. It's very, very important. Yeah. We'll got the next name, Maniteja.
Sorry to interrupt the elections. I would like to take the privilege to acknowledge the presence of Nidhi, the Chief Executive Board Member of 20 to 21, Vice President Documentation and Division Expansion, and the City Mentor for Vizag, and the Growth Hacker for 21 to 22. Thank you for making it here, Nidhi.
Yeah, Maniteja, you can proceed. Your name, placard, and your designation standing for.
Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. This is Maniteja, and I'm standing for Vice Chair. I'm an enthusiastic engineering student who actively participates in the humanitarian activities, and I'm contented to announce that I have completed my target. I have been in the core committee leads in my college for an inter-college fest, IEEE, under which 10 colleges participated, and I am happily interacted with them, and encouraging them was an amazing experience for me. I consider myself as a good team leader. Hereby I appeal to all of you to please consider me. Who are we? Nothing but the best.
The next one, Lahari.
Your time starts now.
Good evening everyone, I'm Chetna Lahari. I'm contesting for Vice Chair, and during the process of fund collection, I really worked hard. I tried to convince everyone, and I assure that I'll work with the same kind of determination and hard work, and I'll show more capability, and my capability toward work will increase HYA and will be support for HYA. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, Nainika.
Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nanika Kandarpa, a student from VNR VJIT. As a person, I'm a very responsible person, and I hope to lead in a way that being part of an HYA isn't a burden but a joy. As a person, I also have good time management skills, and just being part of HYA is the biggest opportunity that we all get, and I hope to make the best use of it by traveling to the depths of sea and reaching the heights of the sky. So
You haven't mentioned the designation you're standing for.
I'm being part of the vice chair for quality education.
Thank you.
The next one, Harshita. Folks, please mention your full name, designation for sure.
Your time starts now.
Hello everyone, this is Harshita Chandu, and I am from GNETS, and I would like to stand for a vice chair position, and I can assure you all that I have a good communication skills. I can do the work with honesty, and I believe that I can do I believe that I can do a lot of hard work because due to that only I'm here. I believe in that. So I hope all of you will help me, and thank you. I'll always support for HY.
Thank you. The next one is Mahek.
Good
Your
evening.
time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Namira Mahek from Symbiosis Law School. I would love to stand for the position of the vice chair. Honestly, with the whole experience of this week, I now have a clear picture of what the future may look like. So I think I would not disappoint you guys with what I can do and what I'm capable of. So please vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one, Uday.
Your time starts now.
Good evening, everyone. This is Hriday. I'm doing my MBA in Institute of Public Enterprise, and I have been the leader for my BBA for all the 3 years. So I have good communication skills, and I'm into photography. So I trust that I don't do any partiality for all the members here. I treat the same, and I support everyone. Thank you. I'm contesting for chairman projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dhanasri. Sujal.
Good evening, delegates. This is Sujal Srinivas, currently pursuing BTech second year, willing to contest for vice chair. I would be best for this position because I feel I'm a good team player, which helps its members to drive themselves towards the goal. Also encourage you, entertain you throughout the process, and have a great journey of HY. Thank you.
Next we have Revant.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Revant from NMREC. I'm a BTech student of second year CSE department. I'm here to contest for vice chair for a quality education because nowadays the education is only we are mugging upping, but now I have a goal to change the situation in all the colleges and not only colleges, in all schools and in the education department, because all members should know the society also. All should, not only education, all members should know about the society also. Thank you.
Thank you. We have next Jyoti.
So, good evening, everyone. I'm Jyoti from GNITS. So, I want to contestant as a vice chair because I would like to take this opportunity. So, I'm here in this HYA because to satisfy and fulfill the needs of the poor people, and I will try to give my best in implementing their needs. So, give me a chance. I'll prove myself. Thank you.
Jyoti, your designation, what are you standing for?
Next we have Pravalika. Guys, please appreciate that taking the initiative and standing for you. Please appreciate.
Hi folks, this is Pravalika. I am from VVSP. I want to stand for chairperson. Can everyone repeat my name? What is my name? See, by this confidence I can say that I'll be a chairperson. Thank you.
good strategy. Satvika?
Good evening, guys. Myself Satvika Julakanti. I am from GNETS. I would like to opt for the position of vice chair. So, speaking of facts, I had never been a leader before in my life. As being said that, I never thought I would be able to collect 21K in 1 week, being an introvert. I am really very much introverted person. Making that made me feel that I am capable of much more. So, I would like you to vote me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mariam.
A pleasant evening to everyone here. I am Mariam Sadegha from St. Anne's College. I want to nominate myself as chairperson project. Why I should be nominated is because I am a very good hard worker and also a smart worker, which is very important in an NGO. I am dedicated and I am a good leader. I know how to manage time. So yeah, if you believe in me, so please vote for me. Thank you.
Next we have P. Siri. P. Siri here.
Hello guys, I'm Siri and I'm from Methodist College. I'm studying in first year of Bachelor's in Engineering and I want to stand for the Vice Chairman position, and I think I've showed myself how my thoughts run throughout the assembly, and I hope you vote for me, and I'll try my best to complete all the tasks which are given for me, and I'll try to interact with each and every one of you and consider all your opinions. Thank you. Please cast your vote for me.
Next we have Tejaswini. Guys, appreciate their taking the initiative and standing for the space. Please appreciate them. For the
Good evening, everyone. This is Tejaswini from GNETS. I will take this chance that HY has given me to prove myself. I promise that I will bring out the best outcome of every project. Thank you. I want to participate for Vice Chair.
Fine. Next we have Krishna Teja.
Good evening everyone, I am Krishna Teja and I am currently doing my second year of engineering at St. Martin's Engineering College. So I want to stand for the position of chair because I think I'll be a great leader because I take the initiatives given by people, I take the ideas into consideration and I always give people the chance to talk. Till now I've gotten many opportunities to become a leader and have done quite a well job in that. In my college division of street cause, I'm the AVP and I've done my job pretty good. I've got survey reports, I've completed my benefactions and every of my tasks. Thank you.
That's a rapid one. Shravika is dropping out, right? Kiran? Also. Saket?
A pleasant evening to everyone. I am Saket from CMR set. I have to be nominated as Vice Chair. So please vote for me. I will do my best. Leaders are not born, they are made. So I will have a convincing skills. I have leadership skills. I am the organizer of cricket in the CMR college. So I have leadership skills. So please vote for me. I will do my best.
Next we have Divya.
Hi everyone, this is Divya from Genix. I am standing for vice chair. So I am a friendly person. I can interact with everyone. So I think everyone can vote for me. Thank you.
Next we have Kavya.
Hello everyone, my name is Kavya and I am from UERIT. I am willing to stand for vice chair. I think I can manage time very well and I don't delay things more, or I can manage it very well and I can organize it and plan it. Hope this is the last speech today and